again in today's workshop. May Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala bless you all. Thank you. Nasrun minallah, fathun qarib. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Miss Nur, you still mute.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Pak DC Kurniadi, for your warm welcoming speech for this workshop series. Now we will continue with the main session of this workshop, the presentations and also the sharing material from our distinguished and honorable Professor Mansur Ibrahim. Please welcome Prof. Mansur Ibrahim. Time is yours, Prof.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Nur Hidayah and Pak DC Kurniadi and Prof. Muhammad Nurianto Alarif and all others, right? And we are now in the sixth, right, meetings that we have, right? And we have gone through the introductions, the literature review, and look at method and data, focusing mostly on the writing, right? And hopefully the more or less what we have discussed have benefits all of you, right? And in today's sessions, as well as in the seventh one, we are going to look into interpretations. How would we, or how should we interpret the results, right? So let me share with you the PowerPoint, right? And then hopefully I have sent this to Nadia. Hopefully she shared this with all of you. Now, if you look at the topics that I'm going to discuss for today's sessions, will be part one of results and interpretations, right? Because I would like to go into more details in terms of results, because these are the main one, which basically present your findings related to the research objective that you have set in your introductions. Now if you look at the group that we have here, there are all kinds of methods that will be used, or there are many types of methods available out there. And in fact, even in these groups, right, some, for example, look at use econometric models. Some use survey data, and from that survey data, construct, for example, structural equation modeling, right, SEM, right? And some use qualitative methods. So what I try to say into this case, right, the interpretations, of course, will be different, right? And as I've stated from the beginning, I will not be able to focus on the qualitative results, right, or qualitative methods when it comes to interpretations. So my focus here, let me give a little bit notes here. My focus that I would like to have here is on interpreting the result from empirical papers, right? And we know that empirical papers are those that apply data, that use data and apply inferential statistics, apply regressions, econometric models to examine the relationship between the variables. I have few articles that have been submitted to me that use econometric methods, right? Even within that econometric methods, I will not be able to go to all kinds of methods available out there, right? Because you look at econometric method or regressions models themselves. For example, you have the linear regressions, you have nonlinear regressions. And within nonlinear regressions, you have all types of regressions, right? And there are subtle differences in terms of interpretations of various types of models. But then the basic interpretations remain the same, especially related to the coefficients. You have the equations, you estimate the coefficients, and the basic interpretation there will be roughly the same, right? And of course, the interpretation also depends on the way you specify the variables where I'm going to bring you through, right? And mostly those of you who apply econometric methods in this workshop, I see some of you have time series, some of you have panel data, and some of you also have the models that specify the dependent variable to be binary variables, with which you use logic or probit regressions. And of course, interpreting logic would be different from interpreting the normal regressions, right? So what I try to focus in today's session is normal regressions, right? Where you have standard dependent variable, which is quantitative variables, and you have your list of independent variables. So that would be basically the main focus of my presentations, right? So I will look at the empirical papers where you have standard econometric models. Now, any deviation from that, if you want to go into details, I will try to open up in Q&A session, for example, because you have to understand that when it comes to presentation of results, different methods may have different way of presenting the results. I give you a very simple example. If I look at the articles or the method that has been given by Nur Hidayah, for example, or Sulaiman's, for example, both of them use panel data. So they will present the result in tabular form. So they have tables, right? Indicating the coefficients. So what we are interested on how to interpret that coefficients. But some other articles, for example, that use time series or that use, let's say, vector autoregressions. Now, the presentation result will not be in terms of numbers or figures that you put in tables. It may be in terms of graphical plots of the impulse response function. So the interpretation of impulse response functions will be different from, the basics is the same, but then the way we interpret them would be different because we look at different things. We look at the graph. So there are so many different ways, but then to make it to be standards, as I mentioned, I will focus only on the regression first, the result of the regressions. Once you have the result, let's say you have your model, one equations, right? Regardless of whatever equation you put in, it can be your equation from the econometric model, it can be equation from SEM. You have the equations. And of course, in the equation, you estimate the parameters that link the variables together. I will show you what it means in terms of the example later on, right? That link, how to interpret that numbers. Right? First, understanding the interpretation first, and then I will try to move at the end, right? Your first table result, how should we structure the writings, right? Because sometimes I've observed, because I've read quite substantial the articles that come from the Indonesian writers, for example. Sometimes we have the perceptions that when we discuss, we have to discuss everything that we report in the tables, right? But then when it comes to writing for the journals, right, your discussions that you have to focus on is not everything that you have reported. Right? You have to look at your objective, you have to look at your focus, right? Which I will present later on. But then my notes here, right? Basically, we are going to look at the regressions, right? And I will try to be in details in terms of putting down the notes, because everything that we have done so far, for example, we put down the notes before we write. And then once we write, we have to use we have to train ourselves to be able to tell the story from in our writing, not just points, but then the storyline, so that people can follow, people are attracted to read more and more of what you have written, right? Now, the good papers normally would not have only one table of results. If you, for example, in your article, have only one table of the result that address your objective. Now, that type of article would be very difficult to go into a good journals, right? Because normally you will have the first results, right? The basic result that you look at, and sometimes people term it as baseline results, which means where you start, right? The first one, the starting point of addressing your objective. But then after that, you may have different type of tables, right? Different table, either either you expand your models to incorporate certain things, or you do robustness checks, which means you estimate the models using in different ways, right? Just to see whether your key result remain the same or not. So you're going to have many tables, right? And normally you will see there are 3, 4, or even more tables that has been presented, right? Now, in that, I will discuss in the sessions 2 or part 2, right, in terms of presentation and result. When you have so many different tables, how to put those tables together, which one should be your first tables, and how you should structure and strategize in terms of robustness check and so on. That one will be covered in part 2. This part of my presentation will be only on the coefficients that have been estimated, how to give meaning to that coefficients, right? And then once we understand on how to interpret that coefficients, then we are going to look at how to put them into a paragraph, right? So which means that this session will help you in terms of basically writing the discussion of results, the first few paragraphs only, right? Because as I mentioned, there will be a lot of tables. There may be more than one table that you put in, but then how to start with the first tables, right, of the results. So as I mentioned here, in this part 1, I will focus exclusively on the estimated coefficients of the focal variables. And what I mean by focal variables, the variable which is part of your research objective, right? Part of research objective. For example, if you look at the impact of financial inclusions on growth, as what has been proposed or written by Sulaiman, for example, then your focus variable would be financial inclusions, right? And then as well as other control variables, right? And I said here, where interpretation is possible, right? Because sometimes in certain framework that you put in, you may not be able to interpret the coefficients, right? For example, in panel VAR, right? If you use different type of method, panel, vector, autoregressions, the coefficient may be difficult to interpret. You have to interpret in different way, right? So more or less what I try to bring you to here, interpretation of results is tied directly to your understanding of the methods. Very important. Of course, there are certain basic rules that are common across all methods, especially in terms of the estimated coefficients. But then the more specific type of specific interpretations is tied directly to the methods. So these are some notes before I start going into results interpretations. Right now, take a look at what we have done before, the review that we have done before. Right now, when we want to interpret the results, right, we have our first tables. Right, we have to go back and need to remember these are something that you need to put in your in the head of your mind, right? At the back of your head, for example, you have to remember this thing, right? First, what are the objective of your work, right? Objective of your work, because you do not want to go into discussion of results, but at the end, right, your main objective become overshadowed by any other result that you discuss, right? So what I try to say in this case is that attentions, focus, and details must be on your objective, right? So that's really important, right? Because I have seen a lot of articles that has been written. They write only one paragraph on the main objective, but everything else, right, 4 or 5 paragraphs that followed focus on the control variables. which is not something that should be, because you have the objective. That objective need to be addressed in more detail. That objective require your attentions. That objective you need to discuss fully, right? So you have to look at your objective, and always you have to remember what are your contribution that you try to give to the literature, right? What contribution that you try to make, and that one very important too. So these things must be kept in mind, okay? And then before your interpretation result, it's good to go back into your literature review, right? For you to prepare to interpret the results, right? Now, when you go back to the literature review, for example, right? Try, can someone unmute the participant first? Okay. Now, we can go, you have to remember your literature review, which means that with respect to your objective, in your mind, you must know what are the theories behind it, right? And then you have to, maybe you need to reread, to read back the empirical studies that has been done, especially the one that are closely related to you, right? Because let's say you look at, as mentioned, growth and financial inclusion. Look at those studies that has been done that are closely related to you, right? And understand the finding that they have made. Right? Just jot down. You may need to go back to that, right? Because why you try to do this? Because you would like to have a good flow. Right? You do not want to digress from your main aims, right? And you do not want to digress from the empirical literature that your work belong to, right? And that one very important, right? And now we have discussed the last one in terms of models and estimation procedure, right? Now this one very important too, because the model themselves will provide you directions on how to present the results, right? What I mean to this case, when you set up your model, you have certain assumptions, right? But there are many different assumptions out there, right? There are many different assumptions out there regarding the models. So in a way, what it means in this case, right? Let's say, I give you a very simple example here, that when you write the models, right, there are a lot of things that you yourself may not be sure of, right? And one of the things that you, let me see, the post share, new share, remote. I'm not sure why I cannot. Meeting, sorry. I try to annotate because, but I don't have the annotate here. I'm not sure whether I was disabled or not. Right? Okay, it's okay. I cannot control this one, but it's okay. Now, let's look at internal model building, for example. When you try to build the models, right? I think, and try to explain your models, one of the things that you may not be certain is basically what should be the control variables, right, that you should include in the models, right? You have your Y, your dependent variables, and then you have your key variables that you try to focus, right? But then you have to put your control variables. Sometimes you're not sure what your control variable should be, right? So in a sense, you already have alternative models with different set of control variables in there, right? With different set of control variable in there, right? I give you a very simple example here, right? For example, right? These articles, I just give you this article, try to look at how the policy uncertainty, the uncertainty with respect to the economic policy affect the bank stability, right, of the country. Right? And if you look at they provide you in this first results, right? First estimation results, 6 regressions, right? But there are differences in 6 regressions. What are differences that they have? The list of control variables that they put in. And the list of control variable that they put in. See, so if you look at in terms of this case, right? In the first step, you already visualize what are control variable that you have, right? And you are not certain, right? So which means there may be potential many regressions that you put in your first regressions, first tables, right? And that in the context of the number of independent variables you want to put in, there are more in terms of various assumptions that you make regarding your model that you have built. For example, should you have a dynamic term in your regression models, right? That second one, how to estimate, how about endogeneity? So there are so various technical assumptions that are at force that you have to consider, but then you have to start somewhere. And the way that you start is your first regressions that you estimate, right? So as I mentioned, we are concerned with that first regressions. I'm not going to go into various types of regression that you should perform to really make sure that whatever you get are convincing and people see that you take all possible, right, all possibilities incorporated into your regressions in the sense that your result doesn't depend on the way that you choose your independent variables, doesn't depend on the way that you choose your estimation methods, doesn't depend on the way that you specify your models, right? You want to make the result be robust. So these are characteristics of the good articles. And that's why in terms of doing research, we have to strategize, right? And sometimes many of us, for example, when we write certain articles, right, we try to force ourselves, right, to do things even if we don't have good results, right? Because not all research will end up having good results. You look at not all, if you go and search for something, for example, right, or in whatever you do, marketing or sales, you're not going to end up with good result. The same thing with the research here, right? Because the good research that you have done, right, must be robust in the context finding, which means people will not query you in whatever way you do in terms of estimating your models. Your results are more or less the same, right? But that, as mentioned, I will try to discuss that robustness check on how we strategize on robustness check so that we have a good result and convincing results, right? Out there. And normally, if you want to focus on above average journals, for example, or high impact journals, right? The robustness checks is required, right? Which means that any article that does not have robustness checks normally will be rejected, right? Because it's not convincing just to look at one tables, right? Having said that, as I mentioned, our discussions here that we are going to look at the estimated coefficients first so that we get some understanding on how to interpret first before we can put them into the paragraph and tell the story regarding the result that we have obtained, right? Now, remember, prior to the estimation results, you may have many other tables, right? For example, table for descriptive statistics, correlation tables, and sometimes when you do the time series econometric or when you adopt time series econometric as a method of your investigations, you may have data preliminaries in the sense that you conduct unit group tests and co-integration tests, right? So those I'm not going to discuss because they are so specific to time series. What I'm going to discuss here, when you have the equations, right? When you have the equations and you estimate the equations and you put the first estimation results, right? You put your estimation result in the first table, how to discuss that, right? How to discuss whatever figures that has been presented. So that the concern or the focus that I will give for this one, right? Now, it may look easy, right? But then if you read many articles, sometimes you will be surprised also that not much attention that has been given to the interpretation part, right? Sometimes the article just say, okay, there are significance, They are positively related. They are negatively related. But the article provides, for example, no explanations of the meaning 0.4, what that mean by 0.4 that has been put in the tables. And that's the missing part of many articles that I have read. Okay? For us, we have to know exactly on how to interpret that. Whether we put into the paragraph or not, that different thing. We will discuss later on whether we should put or not putting in the paragraph the meaning of 0.4, the meaning of estimated coefficients that we get from the estimations. Right? We will discuss, but then we have to know on how to interpret that numbers first. Right? Because knowing that, right, is prerequisite for putting the interpretations into the paragraph or writing a paragraph to interpret the results. Right? That one really important. So my concern would be on the first tables and more specifically on the estimated coefficients. So that's what I'm going to discuss. Okay? Now, having said this review, okay, in terms of connection with what we try to do and how it links back to the models estimations, because you look at models, this section specifically, the sections on the models that we have here, right, and estimation procedures, the way you present should be mirrored in your presentation results, right? Because for example, right, you present a model where you have model 1, model 2, model 3. When it comes to the result, your results should also present model 1, model 2, model 3, right? So those are basically the structure of model presentations, right, or your empirical strategy that you try to that you adopt for looking at your research objective, right, must be aligned with the structure of the discussion result, or to say in a different way, the structure of your discussion of results have to be aligned with the way that you present the models, right? So those are basically the link between all these, right? So what I'm going to go through for today's sessions, right? Before we take a break, right? Now, I will discuss basically the key points in result interpretations, and we'll try to look at verbal expressions and then interpretations of coefficients in linear additive models. Okay, so, and then hopefully by that time, I would be able to open up for the Q&A, that if you have anything that you would like to ask. And then in the second sessions, right, I would spend more times to look at one specific type of models, which basically in the area of Islamic banking and finance has been used a lot, right? Has been used a lot, right? In the area of Islamic banking and finance. And these models are models where we have interaction terms. Now, why I would like to focus on this, right, and try to basically explain to you fully on how to interpret the model with interaction term. As I mentioned, a lot of works that has been done so far, right, use interaction terms in the modeling, right? So I will foresee that the model with interactions may also be beneficial to you in terms of using them for addressing certain objectives. But then the reasons why I would like to focus this one more fully, because more than 2/3 or majority of the published works that use interaction term interpret them incorrectly, or I would say doesn't have, or the way that they interpret the results may not be fully correct. And I do not want you to have that mistakes when you interpret your results, when you use the interaction term. Right? I will discuss in more details why do we use interaction term, right? And what type of interaction terms that we have, and the common mistake that people make, which you will find in many articles if you pay certain attentions. Right? And in fact, after these sessions, right, if you understand fully what I'm trying to describe in terms of interaction term, when you go and read, you will be able to make judgment that this article or that article does not fully correctly interpret the results. And that one very important part in the context of models with interaction terms, right? And many works, as I mentioned, use interaction term, and that's why it's very important to understand this, the interpretations of models with interaction term, right? But then whatever the case, right, before you can interpret the model with interaction terms, basically you have to know on how to interpret the coefficients first. Now, when I say coefficients, I give you examples, right? These are the first example that I take up from one of the articles that looked at the impact of economic policy uncertainty on bank stability. I'm not going to give you the name of this article, but then what I would do, for example, given this article, how do we interpret the result? How do we structure, right? Because let's say if I want to write 2 paragraphs on this, right? For example, how should I write the 2 paragraphs? Or I want to write 3 paragraphs, right? On this, how should I write? How should I structure my writing of this very first result, which normally people call it as baseline result, your starting point of investigations, right? Where you present your first estimations results, right? So you look at, they present 6 results, right? 6 regressions in the first tables. Right? And normally, depending on the type of econometric method that you use, but normally if you use cross-sectional data set, or you use time series, or you use panel data set, right? But less on time series, but panel data set, normally the first table have many equations. Right? There's a normal approach out there. They will not tell you, these are the first regression, we do this. But then if you see and you read the article, for example, it's very easy to spot that the first table of result will have many regressions, right? I can open up any empirical article, they have many regressions. Normally, right? But not always, right? But normally, the regressions, the difference in the regressions, for example, will be in the number of your independent variables. Right? You look at here, they have only 1 explanatory variables. This one, they add more. This one, they add different one. This one, they put everything in, regression number 4. So these are normal in terms of results that we present in the first regressions, right? In the first tables, right? Normal. And I have to stress again, result presentation may be different for different econometric methods. Right? These are the standard result presentations when you use linear regressions, right? Standard linear regressions. Right? Either data is not so relevant. Right? For example, here they have panel data. You may have the time series. You may have cross-sectional data. But the first results here that you have, they present in table form. Right? It may be different for different econometric methods. Right? For example, if you use time series, right? The result presentation may be different. You use panel VAR, the result may be different. Right? And you have to have understanding of those methods before you can interpret them. Right? Now, our concern, as I mentioned here, right? The key variable in this table is the EPU, economic policy uncertainty, right? Economic policy uncertainty. And they have the result equal to minus 0.00x. Now, see, when you look at these results, it's not just the number. It's not just minus 0.00x. Okay? You have to give meaning to this number, what this number means, right? What it captures. Right? So that one very important part that we have to do, right? In interpreting the results. Right? So that's why sometime before you write, for examples, right? We may need to jot down certain, right? Certain finding that we take a look at, right? Certain basically the inferences that we can make from here. I will come back here, and then then I will highlight certain aspect of the findings that we have here before we write the paragraph. Before we write the paragraph, because our workshop is basically more focused, have more focus on writing. So we come back and we'll try to write, but this is just an example. And in fact, even in your own work, you will have these results put in the tables, right? And how to interpret the tables. Now, you have to remember the first thing that you should not do in terms of interpreting table, restating back what is obvious in the tables, right? Restating back, for examples, right? You may say, for examples, right? The coefficients of EPU in regression number 1 is minus 0.008. There's no harm to say that, but if you stop at that, right, then it's not a good interpretation. Why? Because you just tell back what is in the tables. What you have to tell is to give meaning to this number, right? So that people understand, right? Because people look at the table, people know that, yes, minus 0.008, but what this means, that come in the writing that you have to put in. And in order to understand what this number means, you have to know how to interpret the results. And as I mentioned to you, it's not so straightforward because there are many different considerations that you have to put in before you interpret the results, right? And this one normally you will not find in econometric textbook or statistical textbooks, because econometric textbook or statistical textbook, they give you very generic way of interpretations, right? Why is it generic way? Because they will interpret in terms of if EPU increase by 1 unit, right? Then the Z-score will drop by, they interpret in that such, but they do not put meaning what it mean by that unit, right? So that's why it requires this type of explanations that I would like to give you first before you write the paragraph on results interpretations, right? So these are basically the one that I would like to focus on, right? So it would work for those who use econometric models will benefit, but hopefully, even if at the present, your article do not have econometrics models, or you do not estimate equations, the knowledge also will be very important, right? Because if you go to because if you deal with numbers, you have to understand the characteristic of the numbers of the variables that you use. And what I'm going to explain to you would be, I would say, extremely important, and sometimes you cannot find in the textbook, because textbook, the interpretation part is very generic. And that's why I would like to give more here in this workshops on results interpretations. Okay, so these are the first table normally that you put in. And our focus, we are going to come back and try to look at what this 008 means, right? Do not worry with that. This is not your area, because these results are quite generic in the sense that anyone that look at this should be able to understand what the numbers mean, as long as you have some basics statistics, right? As long as you have some basic statistics. But all of us, of course, use data. So I strongly believe that you have some basic statistics. The only thing, as I mentioned, we would like to give the meaning to the numbers, right, so that we can put into the paragraph when we discuss the results. Right? Now, in the discussion of results, right, remember these 3 key points, which I put in, right? The SMCR, right? Very important. Right? The S mean that you look at the significance and the signs of the estimated coefficients, right? So that's very important. You look at the significance and the sign of the estimated coefficients. If you go back to these tables, right, and look at EPU, and normally in table that we, in the result that we tabulate, we indicate the significance. For example, you look at quite standard here, right? 1 star, 2 star, right? I'm not sure why I cannot annotate. Can you give me some controls so that I can highlight, I can annotate, I can write the notes? Because now I cannot annotate, unlike before. Okay. So if someone can take a look at that, because in that way the presentation will be clear, because I can highlight where I try to point in at my PowerPoint. Okay. Okay. Here I cannot do anything. Yep. It's okay. Right. Try to take a look at. I will come back later on. Right. Now, if you look at this number, of course, normally we highlight the significance. For example, here star, 2 star, 3 star, denote significant at 10, 5, and 1%. So we know that the variable is significant. So that's something that you have to note first, right? The significance, right? And the second one, the sign of the coefficients, whether it's negative or positive. And that the second one they have to note. Now, why this is important? Because you should interpret the results or the numbers that has been presented only if the numbers indicate significance, right? When you have significance, which means you reject the null hypothesis. What I mean in terms of this case, when you have the regression result, your null is that, right? Here, for example, the null hypothesis is that EPU does not affect the z-score, your dependent variable, which means that the beta 1 equal to 0. So if you are not able to reject the null hypothesis, whatever numbers that you have here, right, have no meaning, in the sense that you cannot take that numbers as it is, because that numbers indicate that the parameters that you have estimated is not different from 0. So if you look at into this case, if beta 1 is not different from 0, what that means? It means that any shift in the EPU have no impact on the z-score, right? So that's the only interpretation that you can make when it comes to the significance. Right? Because I also have seen, right, people discuss the result when it's not significant. Because when it's not significant means that y and your independent variable are not related. And that's the only interpretations that you can make. Right? You cannot say that if x increased by this and y will be changed by this, for example. You cannot do that when the result is not significant. And you have to look at the sign, because the sign provide you directions of the relations, whether they are inverse or they are direct, whether they move together or they move in the opposite directions. One increase, one drop, or both increase or both drops, right? So it's depending on the sign of the coefficients, whether it's negative or positive, right? Now, the most important one here, yeah, in terms of comparing the result, because you can start with, these are not the order of writing, it's just the elements, the key points in result interpretations that you have to put in, right? Now, if we look at in terms of second one, attaching the meaning, and this is the one that we are going to focus. You have the numbers, you have the significance, you have the sign, negative, positive. What that number means, the meaning of the estimated value. And we have to assess how important is that result, whether they have economic importance or not. Okay? Because the first part here, we look at statistical significance. Right? Once we try to attach the meaning, we have to look at the economic importance, right, of the result. What is different between these two? Right? Now, see, that's why I'm not sure why I cannot write on my notes. Now, when you look at the result that you have here, right? For example, when you look at the results, right? Now, you look at the result, very small number, minus 0.008. Is that important, right? Because it might indicate that any changes in EPU, even if the impact on Z-score is significant, but the impact is small, right? And that the magnitude of whether small or big need to be interpreted properly in the context of economic importance, right? So the two are different, right? Economic statistical significance and the economic importance of your results, right? Both are different, right? I will discuss later on how to come up with the judgments or the interpretation that this value has economic importance. The economic importance means that the affects whatever the outcome variable substantially, right? Not just very minor impact. So is this minus 0.8 here, right? Or even minus 0.05 here, very small number, right? The smallest here, minus 0.05. Is this number economically important, right? Or we don't have to worry about this because it's too small in terms of the impact. So this is what I'm trying to get into when it comes to the meaning and interpretations. So these are the ones that will focus the most in these workshops, right? But then when you write the paragraph, you have to put everything, right? Now, this one very important too. Comparing what you have with those of similar studies in the past, right? You may want to compare, right? Your results are in line with which studies in the past, right? Or your result deviate from the majority of studies in the past, for example. You have to make comparisons and you have to provide reason and you have to provide explanations, right, from the theories that has been that you have reviewed, right? For example, so that's why I said you have to go back and refresh back before you interpret the results. Do not just go and interpret the result, but refresh back. What are the theories? What are the empirical studies has been done? Because when you get the result, you have to put your result in the context of our existing understanding of the subject, right? Existing understanding of subject. You have to put back that result of yours in that context, right? So now people can know, oh, these are your results and how your results, right, compared with what we know so far, right? And if your result tells something different, right? And it's important for you to provide explanations, but if that exists something different and that your contributions to the knowledge, right? Because you increase the sum of what we understand, right, regarding your research work. And that's why you have to highlight all these in your results, right? And these things are important only for your main objective, right? Your main objective, very important. How about for control variables, right? You may want to compare, you may want to give the reasons, but then it should not be as detailed as what you do for your main objective, right? And sometimes when you look at the result that has been presented basically in the journal articles, and sometimes when we read journal articles, as I mentioned always to you, just try to focus on how they do things, not just the knowledge that they try to give us, but then also how they structure everything in the articles. You will see for sure that when it comes to the main objective, the main focus of articles, they pay a lot of attention. But when it comes to control variable, they lump it up in only one paragraph or two at most. They don't discuss in details because that's not something that are interested in, right? And the control variables have the purpose of controlling for some other factors. So they are just the side variables that need to be in there, right? But not the focus. So remember when you try to discuss the result, just remember these four things, right? Significant, sign, meaning, comparing, and reasons, right? You have to explain the reasons, right, of your main results, right? When we say reason or explanations, sometimes you have to go back to theories, or not sometimes, most of the time you have to go back to theories, right? Why the result that you look at, you get is the way that you get, right? You have to to offer theoretical explanations, theoretical reasons. You have to offer explanations, right? And this part is not something easy, especially when your results do not conform with, for examples, right? What people's or do not conform with our current understanding. I give you very simple examples, right? All of us know, right? I think if you are in economics, right? When the monetary policy is tightened, which means that the governments or Bank Indonesia, for example, contracts the money supply, running contractionary monetary policy, right? We know that because of that, the house price will drop or the asset price will drop, right? Because we learn this from the theory, present value theory and so on. But let's say these are the established theory out there, but then let's say you get the result, the opposite. And you have checked what you have done. What you have done, follow the steps, right? And you take care of various type of assumptions in your modeling and so on, which you feel that what you get here is not because the mistake that you made in the modeling, because you have gone through the appropriate step, you recheck and so on, but your result turned out to be positive, which means that an increase or a tightening of monetary policy result in the increase in the housing price, for example. Right? Now, in that context, it doesn't mean you do not have the results. You have the result, but your result different from the conventional thinking or conventional wisdoms, right? Or what we know so far, right? So what you have to offer here, some explanations, and that's what is needed. And this one is not something easy. I would say to you, not something easy when you get the result totally different from others, right? And this one is not something that basically new, right? In terms of difficult to explain. When then you get the result doesn't conform to what people believe, right? Because people believe are formed by what they have learned in the past, but the future may be different from the past. But for us to be able to explain, we have to offer explanations, right? And this happened in all areas, sciences and so on, right? How long it takes before people can accept that the earth is round, right? Because before people believe that the earth is flat, right? It takes quite a long time for people to believe that the earth is round, for example, and the same thing. But you need to offer explanation the best to your ability. Right? Try to read more, try to look more. Maybe you find somewhere there to explain your result if you have something that difficult to explain, right? But of course, whatever result that you get, you have to check against whether you have done the right things or not, right? So that's why robustness is very important. But these are 4 key points that you have to remember when you try to interpret the results. Right? Very important 4 key points, right? The sign, the significance, the meaning, which I will focus after this, right? All part 1 here, I will focus on how to attach the meaning, right? And then I will briefly look into on how to put into the paragraph, right? So that would be the key points in the context of interpretations, right? So I'm not going to stop yet here, but then if you have anything you would like to ask at this moment. Anyone? Or it's quite clear, or little bit feedback from you? Okay, Ainun Zamilah raise hand. Yes, Ainun Zamilah.
Yes, Prof. I want to ask about.
I cannot hear clearly, Ainun.
Hello, Prof.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is my voice clear enough?
No, it's not enough. I have to be louder.
Hello. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Prof, I want to ask, what's the criteria for the result to be good, and what should we do if we found some variable insignificant? I mean, is it our paper is failed, or it what's what should we do? Yeah. That's why. And
Okay, I understand. Because
for the control variable, how if for the control variable, Prof, how if the result of our control variable different with the usual result? I mean, whether it's significant or the result is the relationship is different from the usual. What should we do,
okay,
Prof?
okay. Now, see, these are what you have asked, Ainun, is basically the concerns of so many young researchers, I would say. The young researchers means that they start doing research and start writing few articles, right? And the main concern, right? The main concern is basically when they look at the results do not conform with what we usually see, right? Do not conform with what we usually see, right? Or they get the main results or the main objective to be insignificance, right? So I'm not sure, but I want to write on the page, but I cannot annotate. If you understand what I mean by annotates, I'm not sure why. Because I don't have full controls, right? I can share, but I don't have full control. Let me stop sharing first, and let me share back whether I have control or not. Yeah, I cannot have, I don't have control. I don't know why, because normally I should be able to write, right, on the page, right? But now I'm not able to write, because by me writing on the presentation slide, it will be clearer to you. But then maybe someone can check this that allow me to annotate, for example, right? Because the host, if you allow me to do more, because now I cannot do it. I'm not sure why, right?
Yeah, I have already told Mbak Nadia, but Mbak Nadia still find someone who can
Sure.
who can help with this technique.
Okay.
Prof,
Now,
please take note. I think the settings will have changed.
what's
Could you
that?
take a notation? Could you take a notation? The settings have been changed.
Okay. The setting have been changed. Let me stop share a little bit and then share back.
Yeah.
Uh,
I hope it works.
I'm not sure. No, it's not. I don't have yet. I'm not sure why. No, I cannot annotate. They didn't allow me. It's okay. Let's continue. Now, see, you look at, right? Let's say you have your y and you have your x, and your x, your key variables, right? Now, see, you have to look at in terms of findings, right? You have to understand the meaning of findings, right? Doesn't mean that if you get the result to be insignificant, right? Doesn't mean that that is not the finding or that's not the results, right? See, normally what we do, right? What we do in this case, we have certain hypotheses. And let's say our hypothesis say that economic growth should be affected positively by financial inclusions, right? Should be affected positively by financial inclusion. That our theoretical predictions when we review, right? But then when we run regressions, we get the result that financial inclusion is not significant. The first thing that we should do, you go back to your models and try to check back whether you have done something wrong or not, okay? And of course, you cannot just go back, try to modify here and there, try to get the result to be significant. No, you have to look at against the criteria, right? Do you think that your model that you have put in have violated certain statistical assumptions, right? So which means that do you follow the standards in terms of the models that you have built to address your objective? If you follow the standards, then the finding of not significance is your finding. The only thing you have to explain why your result is not significant, right? Because you can explain the fact that, right? You can explain the fact that, let's say, it's not significant. Whatever has been documented so far is not applicable for the countries that you are looking at, right? Or the view that financial inclusion will affect growth has been exaggerated. You can say that because based on what you have done, and of course, on the basis of a good empirical setting, right, or a good empirical model that you have built up, for example, you get insignificance. So you have to explain. And of course, it's difficult to explain. It's not something easy to explain. The most easy to explain is to get the result that people see it to be acceptable, right? So easy to explain because it aligns with what people have found before, align with what people believe in, for example, easy to explain, right? But in that type of result, it will not be interesting because you just confirm what we have known, right? The most important results, in fact, if you can contradict what we have known, right? But of course, in getting the result that contradict what we have known, require certain attentions. Right? What I mean in this case, require a lot of explanations. Right? But that explanation can open up to a new understanding. And once you have new understanding, this is the contributions. Okay? So you have to remember that your objective of doing empirical work is not to confirm existing understanding. Right? That's not your objective. It's not to confirm existing understanding. Okay? Your objective is to look at, given your models, given your sample, what is the results? Right? To look at what the result would be. And if the result says not significant, then you have to explain. If the result come out, for example, financial inclusions have negative impact on growth, right? Have negative impact on growth, then you have to explain, right? Because I've seen many articles, right? I give you one article, the Beck et al. Wrote one article, and from his results, right, he said that financial intimidations affect growth positively. The size of intimidation, which means the credit that have been channeled through bank, affect growth positively. But then in the following up article, someone else wrote and criticized what Beck have written and showed that financial intimidation do not affect growth. See, you look at two articles, one say positive, one say do not affect growth. But of course, you must have explanations, right? But doesn't mean you didn't have the results. So that one very important part, right? Now, when it comes to control variables, right? Control variables. One thing that you have to understand when you do empirical work, and normally the good reviewers, they will know this, right? You cannot get the results nicely the way that you would like to get, right? Almost all the times, right? Which means that it's very rare that you get the result so nice. Some result will be against your expectations. Some result will be conforming to your expectations, right? If you get the result so nicely, you have 2 key variables, you have 8 control variables, and the result so conform to your expectations, right? That will raise also some doubt of your result, because remember, right, empirical works are not done by you alone. Thousands and thousands of people have done empirical works, and they know that difficult, extremely difficult to get the result that conform to what we want to see. Okay? There will be some results against our expectations. Okay? So when it comes to control variables, because the control variables are not so much our focus, if you get some result that doesn't align with, right, do not align with our expectations, right, but then can be given meaning, which means you can explain it, then it's acceptable. And again, as I mentioned, the most important part, you have to be able to explain your results, right? Now, remember, empirical works is not about confirming existing finding. Empirical works is not about getting the result that we would like to get. Empirical work is about getting the data to tell us what the results are, right? As long in getting the data to tell us what the results are, we have to model correctly, right? So as long as you have done things right, you have to take whatever result that you get, right? Whatever result that you get, right? From your estimations. So that very important parts, right? And we have few. Okay. Anyone else? I saw someone raise hands. Someone else raise hands. Hopefully,
Yes.
I answer yours. Okay.
Mbak Ibu Rahmawati.
Yeah.
Yeah, Assalamualaikum, Prof. Prof.
Yeah.
When I make a paper,
yeah.
I made a literature review first.
Yeah.
And then and sometime I make my result. And when I get my result, sometimes I try to put another paper as a emphasize my result, but that previous study I do not put in my LR. Is it allowing to do that, Prof?
No, normally when you discuss the result, you refer back to your literature review, where that articles that you have that you refer to, you try to compare to, are closely related to your work, right? Related to your work. Now, but then
So
is this, right? No, just let me finish first. But then it depends also, right? Because let's say your objective is the relations. Can you give me your objective in your work?
For instance, the accountability of wakaf in banking and Baitul Mal wa Tamwil.
Okay.
So the result in Baitul wa Tamwil in Baitul wa Tamwil, there is no paper in term of the how the previous study of the accountability or akad wakaf in Baitul wa Tamwil. And then my result, I found that another paper that I didn't mention in the literature review, and I put the new one in the discussion.
Yeah, but then
because I just get the, for instance.
Yeah, I know. But then, if that papers that you basically cite in your discussion result are relevant to your work, for example. And then is there any way you can incorporate that in your literature review? Because when you write literature review, doesn't mean that the whole thing is carved in stone that you cannot change, for example. Because when you're writing, you do research, it takes 6 months, right? Because and along 6 months there may be some new work coming up that you may want to incorporate into your literature review, right? So the same thing here, you can incorporate your literature review if that articles that you cite there are closely linked to your work, right? Which means closely related to your objective. If they are not closely related to your objective, but then that article just cites certain things that can be used to explain your result, then that article is okay not to be in literature review, because that article is different objective. The only thing is basically one aspect of that article, you think that you can use them to explain your result. And that one, you don't have to be in your literature review, because your literature review is related literature that are close to your objective. Okay.
Thank you, Prof.
Yep. So there's nothing else. Let's move in terms of in key point in result interpretations, right? Now, very important, right? When you look at results, right? Variables expressions, right? When you enter your data into the models, into your equations, right? When you enter your data in, right? And you have to note how those data are expressed, right? For example, right? Sometimes you use whatever you get the data from, right? Whatever form that you get the data from, right? And the study that looked at, for example, the impact of the interest rates, right, on the Islamic bank financing rate, for example, right? The conventional interest rate, how they affect Islamic bank financing rate. They just use the interest rate that they download from the website or from the database, right? So this one means that they use the variable in its original form, interest rate expressed as percents. 3.0 mean 3%, 3.5 mean 3.5%, and they use that in the regressions. And that's what I term as variable expressions, right? And sometimes you use before you put the data into the models and run regressions, you take natural logarithm, right? And this is also common too, and have seen you do it in your work, right? For example, you have real GDP. Instead of using real GDP in trillion rupee, you convert first into national log. So which means you take national log of GDP and also many other variables, right? And people commonly take logs. And we know that in the concept economics, we like to take logs of many variables other than interest rate. So we take logs, right? And sometimes our variable we express in terms of growth, right? Because sometimes when we run the regressions, our independent variable, instead of real GDP, you use real GDP growth, which means you convert your original data that you have collected into the growth form first, right? So sometimes you put in terms of growth, right? And sometimes your variable is in terms of ratio, right? For example, capital ratio. You take bank capital, you divide it by total assets, and you call it as capital ratio. Sometimes you construct the ratio by taking capital divided by bank assets. Sometimes you take the same thing, but you multiply by hundreds. Capital ratio, capital divided by total asset, you multiply by hundreds, right? So these are the way that you express your variable, and you have to take, you have to pay attention to the way that the variables are expressed, right? Because sometimes if we do not pay attention, we may make this mistake in attaching the meaning to the beta one that you would like to make inference on, right? Beta one, the estimated value of beta one, right? So sometimes, these are just examples, the way you express the variables. The most common national logs, the growth, the ratio, and sometimes you use the index. For example, corruption index, political instability index, and you have to know exactly the minimum and the maximum value of the index, right? For example, for those who look at income distribution, you use Gini coefficients where the value ranges from 0 to hundreds, right? If you use, let's say, political stability index of the World Bank, the value ranges from minus 2.5 to 2.5. So you have to know all the way how they construct the variables, right? So these are very important parts that will allow you to interpret correctly the results, right? You have original form, natural logs, growth, ratio, index, right? And then sometimes you have dummy. And in Islamic banking and finance, we use a lot of dummy, right? Especially when we look at Islamic banking during the time of crisis, right? So we have Islamic banking dummy where we specify 1 to signify Islamic bank, to denote Islamic bank. And also when we look for the impact of the crisis. We specify crisis equal to 1 in the year that we have crisis, and 0 in the normal years where we do not have the crisis. So this all the way, these are basically in the way that we express, many different ways that we express the variables, and you have to know this. Right? It's not something difficult, because when you discuss your data, you know exactly how you measure the variables, whether you use the original data that you have collected, or you transform first before you use them in your regressions, right? And whether you transform into national logarithm or whether you take ratio, because sometimes data also you can get ratio directly, but you have to know that your data expressed as a ratio. And your data is in the index form, right? And your data is dummy variables. So all these things need to be understood properly. It need to be written properly, the way that you express the variables. Right? Why so important? Because different way that you express your variables, right? The way that you attach the meaning would be different. Right? Because the way you measure beta 1, it depends on how X and Y are expressed. Right? If Y in original form using GDP instead of national law of GDP, right, the interpretation of beta 1 would be different. And that one need to be understood properly in the context of interpretation of results. Because I do not want you to go and interpret the result wrongly. Why? Because you ignore the way that the variables are being expressed, whether they are in original form, natural logarithm, in growth form, in ratio form. That variable is index that has been constructed. So these are basically various ways the variable are expressed. Right? Now I will give you an example for each one of them for us to be able to understand first in these sessions, right? The way that the variables are expressed, right? And how we give the meaning to the coefficients of beta 1. I will give you a very simple example related to banking, right? Now, number one, right? If the variable are expressed in national logs, right? I will give you an example really easy. You look at this one first, right? Now, these are our models where you have YIT equal to beta 0 plus beta 1 XIT epsilon IT. Right? As I mentioned, we'll focus on how to interpret the coefficients. Now, if you look into this case, right, the LN loans is nothing more than bank loans, but expressed in national logs. Right? Loan size is total asset in national logs. Right? And EQA equal to equity divided by total assets multiplied by hundreds. Right? And NPL, non-performing loans, divided by total asset multiplied by hundreds. So you have two variables here, right? One expressed as national logs, right? And the second one, the last two here, expressed in terms of the ratio, and you put them into the equations, right? Into the equations. Now, let's look at how to interpret the results. Now, let's look at the first case. What if both Y and X in national logs? Okay. Examples, let's say you have national log of loans and you have national log of size, and you estimate the coefficient to be equal to 0.74. How to interpret this 0.74? And that what I would like to focus on. If both of them in national logs, right? Now, remember one thing, right? These are something that you have to remember by heart. If the variables are interpreted in national logs, the interpretations related to that variables must be in percents. Must be in percents. Okay? That one really important. It must be in percents. So what I mean in terms of this case, right? when you interpret the results, the ln here will not appear in your interpretations because you translate this ln into percents. Right? Now, let's say 0.74 here is significance. Right? 0.74 is significant. Right? And it's positive value. Right? So which means that the relationship between loans and the size of the bank is significant, is not zero. Or to say in a very simple way, size does affect bank loans, right? Because it's significant. Now, the positive means that the bigger the size, the more the loans. They move in the same directions. So that's what you mean by positive. Now, what 0.4 means, as I mentioned, when the variables has ln on national logs or expressed in national log, your interpretations would be in percent. So in this context, the way that I would interpret the result would be if the size of the bank, right? Remember, I do not mention if national log of the size. Now, you can go directly and state if the size of the bank, right, increased by, because ln reflection of percent. So you can say if the size of the bank increased by 1%, of course you measure size by asset. So it means that if the asset size of the bank increased by 1%, then the loans offered by the bank will be increased by 0.74%. Right? All else remain the same. Control for some other variables in the models. Right? So this is the way that we interpret the results. Now, again, as I mentioned in terms of this case, I have not, right, when it comes to variables that express national law, I have not mentioned in the interpretation the national law loans. Why? Because I already translated that ln into percent. So it means that if size increased by 1%, loan will increase by 0.74%. Everything else remain constant. Right? So that's what it means. Right? Now, what would happen if Y is expressed in national law, but X is not? The example would be national law of loans, which is my dependent variable, but my independent variable EQA, where EQA here is nothing more than the ratio of equity to total assets multiplied by hundreds, right? Multiplied by 100. Of course, it can be in any other variable. It can be interest rate, for example, expressed in terms of percents, right? It can be interest rate, but you have to know on how it's expressed. Now, once it comes in this thing, you know that EQA expressed as the ratio, right? So which means the ratio can increase by 1 point, 2 point, 3 point, which means from 3 to 4, from 4 to 5, for example. So the way you interpret here would be if EQA increased by 1 point, right? By 1 point, because these are the ratio. If these are interest rate, you can say that if interest rate increased by 1 percentage point, which means right now interest rate 3%, what would happen if interest rate increased to 4%? And that 1 percentage point, right? Now, the coefficient 0.023 reflect the changes here. But remember, loan is in national law. So this represents the percent increase in loans. But in order to express in terms of percent, you have to multiply this one by 100. So what it means in this case, if EQA increased by 1 point, the loan by bank, right, will increase by 2.3%. Everything else remain constant. Again, if you look at the way to interpret of interpretations, one, you have the variable in national law, how you interpret it in the context of percent. But if the variable is not in national law, how you to interpret it in terms of the way that the variables are measured, which means you have to go back to the way that the variables are measured. Okay? Now, what would happen if X in national log, but Y is not? This example, NPL, right? And then you have national log of size, you have 0.24, right? You look at the interpretation will be reversed from the second case. Here it means now, based on the explanation I have given you, right, hopefully it's become clear. The way we interpret, if the size of the bank increased by 1%, NPL will increase by 0.24 points, because NPL is expressed in terms of the ratio of non-performing loans divided by total loans multiplied by hundreds, right? So these are the way to interpret and test the meaning, right? So which means that before you put into paragraph, you have to be clear on this first, right? The meaning of the values that you have estimated, right? The value of the parameters that you have estimated, you have to be clear on that one first, right? So these are basically the interpretation of results, right? Okay. So those are the results interpretations parts that we have, right? So that interpretation number one, right? What I try to say here, go back to the unit of measurements. If the way you measure them in national law, put in percent. If the units is ratio, put in terms of points, right? If units in terms of ringgit or rupee, let's say in terms of million rupee, put in that million rupee, right? So you go back to original units of the measurement, right? Of the measurement. That one really important part that we have to take a look at, right? So that the first one for the interpretations. Now, the second way of interpreting the results, right? Now, if we go back here, right? If we go back here, right? Now, if your variable, let's say, if your independent variable is interest rates, right? When you say that the interest rate increased by 100 basis point or 1 percentage point, right? Those who are in the areas, those who read this, who understand what it means, right? It means that if let's say the policy rate right now is 2%, the government increased by 100 basis point or 1 percentage point, it means that the policy rate increased to 3%. We know exactly what that means. And the same things in the context of GDP, right? In the context of the size of financial market or financial debts here, right? Financial development here, right? We know exactly what it means by GDP increased by 1%, because that common term that we use, right? If real GDP increased by 1%, we know. If GDP growth increased by 1 percentage point, we know. If capital ratio increased by 1 percentage point, we know, okay? But certain variables, for example, right? Certain variables, let's say corruption index. If you say the corruption index increased by 1 point, do you know exactly what that means? Right? Because these are unlike GDP, money supply, inflation, because all those variables, GDP, money supply, inflation, interest rate, are common variables that we know what it means by increase or decrease. But when it comes to corruptions, what that exactly mean by increasing by 1 point? Okay? And for example, I think Sulaiman's look at financial inclusions. I'm not sure whether you are going to use financial inclusion index or not. And normally certain financial inclusion index have the value that range from 0 to 1, right? Or 0 to hundreds, depending on how you express the value of financial inclusions, right? But what that mean by financial inclusion increased by 1? What it means by financial inclusions increased by 1 when financial inclusion itself have the value from 0 to 1, right? Doesn't make sense, right? To interpret the result if financial inclusions increase by 1 when the minimum value of financial inclusion is 0, maximum value equal to 1. How can it increase by 1 if you have minimum 0 and maximum equal to 1? Because they will not would not be able to exceed 1. So certain variables, the meaning of which are not quite clear of what it means by increase by 1. Like, because if you look back at these regressions, beta 1 means that if X changed by 1 unit, whatever the way unit that you put in, unit can be percent, unit can be point, unit can be percentage point. Right? So if X increased by 1 unit, beta 1 is the changes in YIT, in the unit that we measure YIT. But then when we say the corruption index increased by 1 unit, it's not quite clear what it means by increase in XIT by 1 unit. Right? So sometimes when we interpret the results where the meaning of the variable are not so clear because they are indexed and so on, we can interpret them in the context of the deviations, right? 1 standard deviation change. What it means in terms of this case, we can say that if our independent variable that we look at, right, let's say range from 0 and 1, right? The example financial inclusions, range from 0 and 1. These are not dummy variables, remember. These are quantitative variables where the value ranges from 0 to 1. Right? If you construct financial inclusion index, right, 0 means that all people are totally excluded from the financial market. 1 means everyone are financially included. Right? So the value will be 0 to 1. So you have the value 0, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, and all values in between. So it's not dummy variable, it's still quantitative variable, but the value constrained from 0 to 1. Right? So it does not make sense to say that 1 unit change in X, right? When you have this type of value, and when you have this type of index. And the same thing with corruption index, where the value from minus 0.25, because you can say 1, but then very difficult to give the meaning to people that read what does exactly might mean by corruption index increased by 1. Right? So in this context, for example, it's more intuitive to discuss in terms of 1 standard deviation changes, especially for the independent variables that are not so commonly used, right? Or not so common to average people. GDP, people know, right, in million. Inflation rate, people know how many percent and percent, right? Interest rate, people know. But then when you come corruption index, right? And worse yet, there are many different measures of corruption where they measure differently, right? Corruption index, financial inclusions, what that means, right? Economic policy uncertainty, what that exactly means. That index, for example. So these are, the variables are not so clear in the context of measurements, right? That when you interpret the results, you may want to interpret in the context of 1 standard deviation checks, right? For example, what you have to do in terms of this case, you have to look at 1 standard deviations of the variable X equal to what? And you have to take that 1 standard deviations, multiply by the coefficients. I will show this, what it means in terms of 1 standard deviation checks. So the interpretation of result doesn't mean to be in the context of 1 unit increase, 1% increase, 1 percentage point increase, for example, 1 point increase. Doesn't have to be in that context. It can be 1 standard deviations increase. If X increased by 1 standard deviations, what would happen to Y, for example? Right? So that the other way that we can interpret the results. So this is the way of attaching the meaning to the results. Right? Now, in this context, it's common. Right? Let's go back to this finding. Right? To this finding that we have. Right? And economic policy uncertainty. Right? And let's look at the parameters that you have there. You have starting from minus 0.01, the last equations, right? Which is significant at 10%. Right? The largest value that you have is minus 0.01. The smallest value that you have, minus 0.005, which is significant, at also 10%, equation number 5, and you have everything in between, right? Everything in between, right? So how we interpret this in terms of the value that you look at, right? But then I see a raise of hands. You can ask, right? Before I go to interpretation of this EPU. Did someone raise hands? Hello? Yeah, Rahmawati raised hand. And someone else before that, I think.
No, Prof. Sorry, no, Prof.
Okay.
Sorry, Prof. Sorry.
2 participants raised hand here, or 1 attendees. Yeah, Husni Shabri.
Please, Pak Husni Sabri, would you like to pose a question to Prof. Mansur?
Husni, you have to unmute. One panelist raise hands, Rahmawati. No, or you can. It's okay.
Sorry, Prof, my laptop is something, and I not. Sorry.
Okay.
I don't know what happened with my laptop.
These are the results. Now, let's look at these results, right? Let's look at the result that I have mentioned before. Let's look at, right? Now, if you look at how EPU are, I would like to go back to the end of my slide, right? Just to show you this, right? Now, if you look at the EPU, for examples, these are the measurement of EPU, where the EPU have the mean value of 121, right? 121 and 932, and have a standard deviations of 72.803. Right? You look at now. If you want to interpret in the context of standard deviations, right? If you look at these are I take from the articles, right? What with very important, right? Because when you interpret in the context of standard deviations, it provides you the economic significance of your results. Right? Why this thing important for us to look at? Because if you see, right, the values that has been reported equal to minus 0.008, too many people, that value is too small to signify important, right? Because it just say that, okay, the Z-score changed only by 0.008, for example, right? The Z-score changed by 0.008. It's not big change. Why we have to be worried about this thing? Why we have to be worried about economic policy uncertainty? Because the impact is small, right? But that value cannot be taken directly to reflect that the impact of economic policy uncertainty on the Z-score has no economic significance, even if they are statistically significant. Right? We cannot take it directly like that. Why? Because by taking directly like that, right, we ignore the way that the variables are measured. So one way to understand the economic significance of your results, you have to interpret in the context of standard deviations. Right? If you look at here, I just take directly one paragraph from this article that has been published. We next discuss the economic significance of our finding. Right? And they say that overall, they give the full the result first. The effect of EPU on financial stability, where financial stability is measured by Z-score, is economically meaningful, which means we cannot ignore. Right? Now, if you look at this thing, this is a type of thing that when it comes to discussion of results is very important, because the figures that you report are not so clear. It doesn't tell it's economically important. And that's why you have to explain why it's economically important, right? And what it said here, the effect of EPU on financial stability is economically meaningful. one interpretation is that a unit standard deviation increase in uncertainty. Right? So what they did in terms of this case, they take 72.803, right? 72.803, 1 unit standard deviations. Okay? And 1 unit standard deviation increase is not something not common, right? Because all of us that learn statistics, we know that there are likelihood of 68% within 1 standard deviations. If the distribution of the variable are normally distributed, if the distribution is normally distributed. So we know that this is likely to happen, right? So what it's saying in this case, if you take 72.803, right, just take this value, multiply by minus 0.005, right? You take that value and you multiply that value by minus 0.005 multiplied by 72.803, what do you get? Okay, you get 0.364, right? Try to do that. You take 72, remember the coefficients of EPU, the minimum that has been reported in the table there, 0.005. Okay? You take that 0.005 multiplied by 72, you get 0.364. Right? 0.364. Right? Now, if you take that value multiply by 0.01, you get 0.728, which is double of this. Okay? So which means that if there exists an increase in EPU by 1 standard deviations, right, the Z-score, which represents financial stability, will drop by 0.364 and 0.728, right? 0.364 and 0.728. And these numbers, right, if you divide by the mean of Z-score, right, it means that roughly the drop in the stability will be between 2.6 and 5.3% of its sample mean. Right? EPU from the sample mean, it will drop by 5.3%. And this is a big drop. Right? 1 standard deviation increase caused the stability index to drop by 5.3%. And that's why they said here, they are both statistically and economically important. So these are the way that to attest significance into the result. For the variables that you are not clear in terms, or people may not be clear what that exactly means. Right? So that one really important too. And these are type of the thing that you have to put in, right? You have to put in your result interpretations. You have to jot down first, right? Whether you should interpret in this way, because it's not so. See, if people look at this result, as I mentioned before, right? People will say, why we should worry about the economic policy uncertainty, right? The sign 0.008, but this 0.008 here carry economic importance. Why? Because it equivalent to a drop in stability by roughly 3 to 5%. And that's why it's important, because you have a big drop in that stability. So these are things that you have to put in, and you have to put into the interpretation so that people understand. Because you have to remember, not many people would understand what this means, and that's your responsibility to explain when you write up your work. And that's why we have to understand the way to interpret the results, right? So one way, which is quite common in many work, they interpret the results, right? Not in terms of units as what we have done here, in terms of national log and so on, but in terms of standard deviations, right? In terms of standard deviations. And the next thing, right? If you want to give a good meaning also to the results, right? You may go back to your tables, right? Because sometimes, let's say you have political index or governance score, sometimes difficult for people to visualize, right? You tell, let's say see, let's say all of you, right, present the result to the Bank Indonesia, for example, or present the result to monetary authorities, right? And you look at, right, and you look at, and your work is basically, you look at the impact of central banking independence on the inflation rate. And let's say these are your topic, right? Where the central bank independence is expressed in terms of the index, right? Ranging from 0 to 100, let's say. And then you have the inflation rates, right? Now, if you present in front of the authorities, the policymakers, okay, and you tell them, if you increase the independent score, central bank independent score by 1, your inflation will drop by such and such. Right? Now, do you think that central bankers would really understand what does it mean by increase by 1 of the independent central bank independent score? Right? More likely, we will not be clear. I myself will not be clear what does exactly mean to increase central bank independent score by 1. Right? So sometimes it's better to put your interpretation in the context of your samples. Okay? Rather than going to the central bank that said, if you increase the central banking independent by 1, you can tell to them like this, right? If the central bank independent can be in Indonesia, can be like, for example, in Sweden, or can be like in the Netherlands, for example, in Holland, right? So it's basically, you can take a look at, for example, in data set, central bank independent score in Indonesia, 30. Central bank independent score in New Zealand, in Sweden, let's say 45. So you have the difference of 30 to 45. So when you interpret the result, put in the context of, in a context that people can easily visualize, right? Because you have close connection with, let's say, Holland or Netherlands, for example, or if we are like Netherlands in terms of central bank independence, then our inflation will be lower by such and such. People can appreciate more rather than by putting increase in 1 where people doesn't know exactly what that means by increase by 1 unit in terms of certain score, right? So you have to look at if certain variables are not well understood by the readers, maybe you can put your interpretation in the context of the samples that you have, right? If, let's say, what I put here, if country A improve its governance score to the level of country B, see? If Malaysia improve its governance score, if Malaysia improve its corruptions, controls to the level of New Zealand, then right, Malaysia will benefit from having higher growth by how many percent? See? So now you present this once, right? It's more obvious in terms of the policy implications. And that's why we can interpret also in the context of putting our interpretations, right, within the sample that you use, country or firms and so on. So these are many different ways that we might interpret our results, right? So these are interpretation number 3, put in the context of your samples, right? Now, you do not need to use all this all the time, but then you try to use as much as possible to make it clear of what your main result means, right? So that people understand correctly, people have an idea, oh, these are very important, these are economically significant because the number that you put in, right? The number that you put, you have estimated, for example, right, that you have estimated, right? The meaning of that, right, may not be reflected by the numbers that has been reported. And that's why you have to attach the meaning into it. And more importantly, if you go back to my example, right? If I ask you here, Right? Anyone can participate here. Which variables, the size or the equity asset ratio between these two, which variable are more important in affecting bank loans? Anyone want to answer this?
If you look at the number, it will be the size, Prof.
With the size, right? But if you do that, you make mistake because the size and the equity, both of them are measured in different units. So this 0.74 and 0.023 are not directly comparable, right? And that also the mistake that people make, that when they interpret the result, they look at the size and they start saying that this size is more important in affecting loan rather than capital equity ratio, for example. No, you cannot do that because these two are expressed in different form. It is why very important of understanding your data, how you measure them, because that will lend to interpretations, directly to interpretations, the way that you should interpret your results, right? Very important. Now, if I want to compare between these two, how should I do it? One way to do it, to interpret in the context of one standard deviations. If the size, right, the lot of size here increased by one standard deviation, what happened to loans? And if this one also increased by one standard deviations, what happened to this? And based on that, you compare the impact, and then you can say more convincingly which one is more important. Right? It may be equity more important, right? So do not be misled by the numbers that has been reported. And these are type of things that you have to tell, especially with respect to your main objective, right, to the readers, so that people understand the meaning of the words. Because empirical papers, the good one is not simply report the result and tell about the numbers, significant, not significant. You have to give meaning. And that one, very important, very key points in interpreting the results, right? So I hope you understand various type of things that I try to mention to you here, right? You cannot compare directly if the measurements of the variable are different, for example, right? So these are type of things that you may want to look at when you interpret your results, right? Very important, because later on you are going to interpret your result. Your first table, you need to interpret your results, right? Of course, I'm not going to give you any task yet because you have to go through set of workshop in terms of interpretation of result. Then we can discuss about the task that you need to do, right? So these are interpretation number 2. Now, when you have dummy variables, very important, right? When you have dummy variables, right? And okay, Husni, you have anything to ask? Because I saw you raise your hand.
Please, Husni Sabri, would you like to ask question to Prof. Mansur? It seems that Pak Husni Sabri face a similar problem like Bu Rahmawati.
Okay.
His laptop just raised hand automatically. Please continue, Prof.
Okay. Okay, when you look at the other ones, if your D is dummy variable, and this common also in our area of study because we do Islamic banking, we do Islamic finance and so on, and we use a lot of dummy variable to represent Islamic banking dummy, right? So you look at into this case, then the interpretation of beta 1 would be different, right? Do not make a mistake, because these are common also for the young researchers make the mistake when they interpret dummy variable, they interpret if the dummy variable increased by 1, right? Dummy variable will not increase by 1 because these are categories. Either you are Islamic or you are conventional, right? You cannot, it's not increased by 1, right? At any given point in time, it's either you're Islamic or you are conventional bank, right? At a given point in time, either you are female or you are male, right? Or you are foreign bank, you are domestic bank, right? Because these are categorizations, right? Where D is dummy variable. Now the interpretation will be different, right? Because beta 1 here will reflect the difference in the YIT between, right, the dummy variable that has been stated here with its benchmark. Because for examples, right? If Y is national log of NPLs, let's say you use national log of NPL, and D is Islamic bank, dummy, equal to 1 for Islamic bank. So 0 mean conventional bank. So beta 1 here reflects the difference in, okay? Now look at national log of NPL. It means that the difference in NPL in terms of assets, right? Because now you put national log, right? NPL in terms of assets, right? Between Islamic and conventional bank, right? So that's the interpretation part where you take beta 1 multiply by 100, right? So these are the way to interpret the dummy variables. And if Y is not in national log, for example, Y can be ratio, Y can be quantity, Y can be in any other forms, index or whatever form, beta 1 just simply the difference in Y, let's say difference in the ratio of capital, right? The difference in the ratio of capitals, let's say capital measure in terms of points, units, of what we have discussed before, the difference between Islamic bank and conventional bank. If beta 1 is positive, mean that capital ratio of Islamic bank is higher. If beta 1 negative, it means that compared to conventional bank, the capital ratio of Islamic bank is lower by how many points? By whatever value that you have for beta 1. So that's the way that we interpret the dummy variables, right? So very important for us to basically interpret the dummy variables, right? Very important. So you look at, right, what I have discussed so far, pay attention to the way that your variables are measured, because this one will make you to interpret, right? Will important for the correct interpretations of the estimated coefficients. And the fact that many articles have not interpreted doesn't mean you do not need to interpret the results. We have to understand this, right? So before we put into the paragraph, we have to know on how to interpret the results, right? So that's basically the first part that I would like to cover, because the next part I will look into the model with interaction term. Is more difficult, but then we need to understand on how to interpret the results, right? Now, remember, this session is only interpret the result yet. We have not put all results together yet, because we are going to have robustness check, many other results that we put in there, right? And so on. We are not going to strategize on those parts first. We have to understand interpretation first, right? Before we organize our interpretations. So I will stop here and would like to take a break. But before we take a break for 15 minutes, again, I would like to open up if you have anything to ask with respect to interpretations of the results.
Yes, Prof. From our paper, Prof, we would like to compare the performance of Islamic banking and conventional banking during the crisis. And then we also still facing two options, whether we make each regression for the, for example, like for the first one, we make the regression of the conventional bank, and then the second one, we make the regression to the Islamic bank. Or is it better we just use the dummy variable as you explained here, 1 for Islamic bank, and then 0 for the conventional bank, and then only one regression analysis? What do you suggest? Thanks.
Okay. Now, I think those are two potential approaches, right? I'm not going to say which one is better or which one is less, right? In terms of implementing the empirical procedures of looking at the difference between Islamic and conventional banks, right? I'm not sure. I would like to explain because it's very important, right? Because those two have different implications, and I would like to explain fully. So, Noridaya, let me put this question on hold first, and then after break, let it figure out on how I can annotate. If I can annotate, I'm not sure if I can annotate, for example, maybe I have to sign off first and enter back. If I can annotate, for example, annotate, and I can write on the screen, I would like to explain this because this is very important, right? Whether you split the sample or you put dummy variables, right? Which is which, right? That's basically the should be used, and then the and which ones will allow you make it easy for you to interpret the results, right? So because these are important, and that's why I would like to be able to write on the slide first, and then I will come back to you. Okay, Nada, I will explain to you after we come back from the breaks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof.
Okay.
For other panelists and participants, would you like to ask a question to Prof. Mansur? Okay, if there are no questions, then we will go to the break, yeah, for 15 minutes, yeah, Prof?
Yeah, 15 minutes. We
okay,
come back roughly now 11's about 10's 11:25, right, roughly, yeah. 10:25 your time, sorry.
Yeah, Indonesian times.
But then can you figure out how I can annotate, because I cannot annotate. I do not know why.
Okay, yeah. I don't know, because KNKS says that it is already allowed in their setting. I don't know whether something in your laptop or in your setting, Prof.
Okay, so basically it's okay. I will sign off, and then I will sign in and try to see whether I can annotate or not. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Mansur, for your inspiring explanation about the interpretations. Now we go to the break for 15 minutes, and then after 10:25, we will come back again. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can we continue?
Waalaikumsalam,
Yes,
Prof.
Prof. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, Prof. Mansur has already between us yet. So please, Prof. Mansur, would you like to proceed to the session?
Okay, Sulaiman, you raise your hand.
Bismillah, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
I have some question, Prof. The first question.
Okay.
The first question is, I have planned to construct digital financial inclusion, and from previous study, I found that traditional approach, digital approach, and comprehensive approach, all three index used to measure the financial inclusion. So it's better for me to use all or only focus with digital financial inclusion, Prof.
Okay.
And the second question, if I found negative data, it's for example, 2016, I have data negative, and the next data is positive, and it's not only one, but many data different sign, positive and negative. how to address the data, especially negative data, Prof. Thank you, Prof.
Now, what do you mean by negative data? Can you explain a little bit? Because I'm not sure what that exactly means.
Yes, for example, foreign direct investment in World Bank data, I found that a negative and positive, negative, positive, each countries different countries have positive and negative. I mean, different countries and different countries, different data. With sometimes I found that negative and positive. It's okay to run all data with different sign, Prof.
Okay.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay. Anyone else before we start? Right. I have one from Nur Hidayah before we take our break. Now two from Sulaiman. Right. Now, in terms of FDI, you mentioned FDI. Now, you have to know exactly definition of FDI. Do you use inflow or net inflow and so on? Because having negative, positive, having positive and negative is okay because that's the data, right? Because sometimes you have positive, you have negative, mean that you have more outflow than inflow, for example, right? So putting data that negative, positive doesn't make any difference because those are the data that you get. Right? The only thing that would be a problem is data are mistakes, right? But if data is correct, it's okay, right? Because if FDI can take negative value, then you can put negative value, like economic growth also. Let's say one of your independent variable economic growth, because sometimes you have positive economic growth, sometimes you have negative economic growth. So that should be okay. But then you have to check definitions of the data, what people use, right? And that one you can compare with previous studies. Now, see, the question has been asked related to the constructions of the variables, the key variables, and how to approach the estimation when you have dummy variable, whether you split sample and so on, right? Remember, these are very important point, right? Very important point that you should think from the beginning, because this will give you a strategy, right? Strategy. So, Sulaiman, from your part, your focus is on financial inclusions or your focus on digital financial inclusions?
I focus digital financial inclusion, Prof.
Okay, but you focus digital financial inclusions, okay? Because you focus on digital financial inclusions, then you have to measure digital financial inclusions, right? But then if you focus on financial inclusion in general, then you can separate financial inclusion into normal financial inclusion and digital financial inclusion. So it depends on where your focus is, right? So that one, very, very important part. Now, if you look at, right, let's say what has been asked by Nadia and you, for example, right? And Nadia asked in context of samples, right? Samples, and whether you should combine, right, and use dummy, right? So that's what Nadia have asked. Or whether you split the samples, right, where you have Islamic Bank 1 samples, right? The first sample Islamic Bank, and the second sample conventional bank, for example. So these are common, right? In terms of the way that you should approach your the empirical parts, right? Whether you want to combine and use dummy, and on the basis of dummy, you make inferences, right? You make inferences. Now, the second one, right? The second one, basically, that Sulaiman have asked, measurements. how to measure the variables, right? And basically, there may be different type of measurements, right? For examples, right? Overall financial inclusions, you may want to consider, right? Overall financial inclusion, and they have sub-components, right? For example, here, you have digital financial inclusions as part of the overalls, and this one is standard normal, that normal financial inclusions that people use so far, like using bank branches, ATMs, and so on, right? So these are many different types of things. Now, if you look at these things, these are all possibilities that you should consider, right? But then you have to start your analysis at certain point, right? At certain point, right? Now, I will address the first one first, and then I will come up with basically the second one. I will address the first one first. Now, for these ones, there is basically depend on your objective, right? Now, if your objective, for example, right, is to look at the difference between Islamic bank and conventional bank, right? The difference between Islamic bank and conventional bank with respect to certain, let's say, variables. Let's say it can be NPLs, it can be capital asset ratio, and so on, right? In this context, right, the assessments of difference can be made only if you combine them and you use dummy variable, because dummy variable, as what I have described before, it captures the difference of the dependent variable between Islamic and conventional banks, right? But if your objective is that you would like to look at, let's say, whether capital regulations, right, affects, right, Islamic bank and conventional bank differently, right? You can combine the sample and make use of dummy where you need to interact with capital regulations, or you can split, and that one you can use both. So it depends on your objective. And in this context, for example, you may start with this first approach, right? Which means that you combine them, you introduce dummy variables, and you look at whether the impact of capital regulations on Islamic bank and conventional banks are different for Islamic and conventional bank. And you may use this one if, for example, you have big enough data where you can split the sample into two, and you have sizable enough data on Islamic bank as well as conventional bank, you can use this one as your robustness checks, right? Because basically you have to entertain both ways. Because you want to know, if I combine, what would be the result? But if I split, would the result be the same? Right? Because combine and splitting is based on certain, there are difference in terms of context, right? Because when you combine them, you make the coefficients of all other variables, right? All other variables to be the same. But when you split them, you make the coefficients of all variables in the regressions to be different, right? So those are based on two different settings. And in that context, it's good to use both, for examples, right? Try to check. If you have enough data to split, of course, you must have enough data to split. If you have, for example, let's say you use Indonesian's bank, right? Let's say you collect, you get only 64 bank, only 13 Islamic bank, right? It's not good to split because you are going to get small number of Islamic bank there, right? So you have to look at your data too, whether you should split or you should not split. Because if you split, data becomes small, the result may not be efficient, right? Your result may not be, your estimation may not be accurate, which means that you may have a lot of errors in your estimation or margin of errors in your estimation due to the small sample. So you have to look at, but if, for example, you use worldwide sample where you have Islamic banks 64, you have conventionals 200 plus, then you can split. Why? Because you have big Islamic bank, right? So those are type of things that you have to consider whether you should split or not split. And of course, the objective also will be important. If you just want to look at difference, then you don't need to split, because dummy variables is needed to make inference whether there exists difference in NPL or not between Islamic and conventional bank, right? So these are basically my response in the context of whether you want to combine or whether you want to split. It depends on your objective. As I mentioned, right, if your objective, for example, you want to see is NPL difference. So in this one, you have to put in beta 0 plus beta 1 Islamic bank and plus all other variables, right? Because these ones, right, represent the difference in APL between Islamic and conventional bank. In this case, if that's your objective, right, then you cannot split. Because if you split, for example, you have for Islamic bank, right, you have NPL. Now you cannot put dummy variable anymore. You have NPL for Islamic bank, you have NPL for conventional bank. How can you compare between these two? Because these are two different models. And these two models doesn't tell you whether there exists different or not between Islamic bank and conventional bank in the context of NPL, right? Very important. But if, for example, you like to look at whether the impact of capital regulations, right, is the same between Islamic bank and conventional bank. So you write your model like this, right? These are the one that I will discuss next in terms of discussion of results, right? Your model look like this. Let's say you have beta 2, capital regulations, right? And then you have beta 3, right? Capital regulations multiplied by Islamic bank. You put interactive dummy here. Now, in this case, you can address by combining the samples, and where beta 3 provide you the difference in the impact of capital regulations on NPL between Islamic and conventional bank, right? So you can do it this way. Or alternatively, you can run two regressions. You run NPL, right, beta 0 plus beta capital regulations and plus all other control variables. You run for Islamic bank and you run for conventional bank, and you look at beta and compare between them, right? So in this case, you can split, right? Provided that you have enough samples, right? You have big sample for both Islamic and conventional banking samples, right? So those are yours, right? For me, I would suggest, for example, if this is your objective, you do this one first and try to consider this as robustness checks, right? Because you can take a look at combining samples, what would be the result? Splitting the sample, what would be the result? Are the result in line? If the result in line, then your result do not depend on the way that you samples, right? Or the way you construct the samples, whether you combine or you do not combine the sample. And that one will be a good aspect to add in so that you can tell them my results basically are robust to that split of the samples, right? So that's my answer. Now, the same thing with financial inclusions, for example, you have to start somewhere, right? You have to start somewhere in your first regressions. And then you have to consider the alternative, right? So it's not, when there exists potential alternative, consider them in robustness checks, right? The same thing, for example, let's say you consider financial inclusions, but then you find out that financial inclusions, digital financial inclusion, there are two different ways of constructing them, right? Two different ways that people use to construct them, for example. Right? Do not burden yourself with choosing which ones and try to argue which one is better. It's good to look at, okay, let me start the one that are more commonly used first, and this would be my first regressions. For example, use this one. And this one would be what? For robustness checks. If I change the way that I define my variables, the way that I measure a variable, would the result be the same? Or would the result be different? So these are very important part in terms of econometric analysis that we need to put in right? So that we can see the result robust or not robust. If the result not robust, then our finding is not convincing, but that also finding, which means that we should not exaggerate the importance of financial inclusion. Why? Because the results reflect that not all measures of financial inclusion affect whatever variable that you try to look at significantly. Or maybe it can give you, look, I look at financial inclusions, but then I also look at the components, digital and non-digital component, and found out that digital components, especially during the present time, are more significant. Now you can propose policy recommendation where financial inclusions have to be through digitalizations. So those are type of things that you have to look at, which means that right, it's not, sometimes it's not a matter of choice which to be used, right? But it's a matter of strategy, which one to use first and use the other as robustness checks, right, in empirical analysis. Now, I mentioned all these things because my objective, good paper coming out into Q2, Q1 journals, for example, right? Because Q2, Q1 journals, they will try to see whether you try to look at various angles or not with respect to your objective, right? If you use just from one angle, people will ask, no, you just use this measure of financial inclusions. How about if you use different measures? What would happen? Right? People might ask that. But if you cover those, right? You start with baseline and you go to robustness checks and so on. And that one will help you for your articles, will enhance the acceptability of your article when you submit to the journal. Right? Why? Because you are thorough, right? You are basically extensive in your investigation, not just look at one aspect only, right? Because when we build up the model, for example, for sure you will get, I will not say confusion, but quote unquote confusion in the sense that you are not sure how many independent variables to put in. Should I use simple regressions or should I add lag dependent variables? Should I do this? Because you look at literature, people have done differently. But then in your context, that would be your strategies, right? Where you have to decide to start with one framework first and then try to explore. If I relax the assumptions of my framework, if I modify a little bit my framework, what would be the result? If I add more independent variable, what would be the results? If I split the sample, what would be the result? If I basically omit some countries, what would be the results? If I, for example, use different measures of key variable, what would be the results? So those are type of things that you have to ask, and you have to do enough to convince readers that your results are basically convincing. And that's really important part in terms of the research that you have done. Okay? You must get the results that are robust. Of course, it's not easy. You do 3 articles, you do 3 papers, or you do 10 papers, maybe 2 give you convincing result. The other one, you are not so clear, right? Where it's really difficult for you to explain, for example. So you have to put aside first the one is not clear, keep on reading because you can come back and revisit. It may be something that you are missing. But for the result that are convincing from the 10 articles, you can build up and you can have a good article from there, right? So that's what I try to bring up into this case, right? Now, sometimes people think that all papers that we write must be published, right? More than 50% of my articles have written have not been published, right? Because why? Because the result may not be interesting, but then I learned something in the process of writing. I learned the literature and so on, right? But have not been published, right? So do not think that what I'm written will be published. No, even at my levels, some of them have not been published. Some of them have been rejected, for example. But then it may be because of some other reasons, the issue is not interesting and so on, but then at least we know, right? But for us to enhance the chance of getting published, for example, this robustness and this presentation of results, we need strategy. As I mentioned, I will try to focus on this strategy in the next basically part of the interpretations. Okay. Now, what I would do into this case is to go to basically what these are things that we do a lot, right? Even in terms of SEM, for example, you look at moderating factor, right? Moderating factors, right? Now, where you have the interactions between the variables, right? And I will focus only very simple interactions where you have two variables interacted. But in fact, when you say interaction, it can be two, it can be three, right? At most, I observed three variables have been interacted, but let's say you have two variables interacted, right? Interacted means they are multiplied and included in the regressions, right? And sometimes you have this, right? And these are, as I mentioned, the more common or most common that we look at, right? Because because of the findings that we have made so far are so conflicting that people try to search more the explanations, right? Let's say you look at Sulaiman, you look at financial inclusion affect growth, right? And the result may be conflicting in the past, and that's why people try to explore what influenced the impact of financial inclusions on growth, and what influence the impact of financial inclusions on growth, which means there exist conditions for the financial inclusion to be beneficial, which means not all cases that you are going to get financial inclusion to be beneficial. They must meet certain conditions, right? So that's why the interaction term coming in. So that's why in many empirical applications, you can see a lot of interaction terms has been used. Right? A lot of interaction term has been used. The same thing with the articles that I basically, the table that I provide you, in the next table, 2, 3 table, they use interaction term. Try to see under what conditions economic policy uncertainty will not affect bank stability, right? Or will basically worsen the impact, make things worse, which means that amplify the effects of economic policy uncertainty on bank stability. Right? So those are basically the thing that type of thing that people try to look at, and in doing so, they introduce what we term as interaction term. So I will try to discuss this one in this second half, right? Hopefully, later on, you might want to basically explore, right, the hypothesis in your research, right? In your research, you might explore the hypothesis that involve the interaction term, right? Because as I mentioned, involving interaction term can provide you additional understanding of the relationship between the variables, because sometimes we are not so sure, right? In the past on how the variable that we are interested in affected by the key variable that we are looking at. When we look at, let's say, what lead to bank stability, some studies find that the capital regulations increase bank stability, but some other studies that say that it reduced bank stability. So what conditions is there? So this is a type of thing that people try to look at in the empirical work. And once you have the models with interaction term, you have to interpret correctly. And as I mentioned, most people interpret the model with interaction term incorrectly. And that's the problems, right? Now, but let me discuss first, right? Why interaction term, right? Why you would multiply X and Z here and create one variables that we call interaction term between X and Z and put into the regressions, right? Why would you do this, right? Now, if you look at the interaction term, normally the interaction term is to address what we term as conditional hypothesis, right? Conditional hypothesis means that the relationship between two variables depends on the value of another variables, right? And these are very important. As I mentioned here, does the effect of capital regulations on bank performance depends on whether the bank is Islamic or conventional bank. Depends on whether bank is government bank or private bank, privately owned bank. Depends on whether it's small bank or big banks, large bank, right? So these are what we term as conditional hypothesis. So what it means in terms of this case, right? What it means in terms of this case, it means that, right, you try to look at, let's say, bank performance. You have bank performance, and you regress bank performance to capital regulations, right? Capital regulation and all other variables. And this represents the relationship between bank performance and capital regulations. And you hypothesize that this relationship itself, beta 1 itself, might be depending on, let's say that you put this beta 1 might be a function of, let's say, bank size, right? So you put size there, bank size. So you make beta 1 the relationships of capital and performance to depends on bank size. So this is what we term as conditional hypothesis. And now if I take this, replace in here, easily I'm going to have interaction term between capital and size. Right? So that's what we term as capital regulations, what we term as model with interaction term. As I mentioned, why we do this? Because we have the hypotheses that are conditional in nature that we would like to address. The sample is here. Okay? And a lot of you have done this moderating type of variables, especially the one that look at survey. Does religiosity affect the relationship between this and this? Right? Have read in terms of your proposal. So this is what we term as conditional hypothesis. And in the regressions, we use the interaction term to address that conditional hypothesis. Okay? And there are many different types of interaction terms. Right? I give you three, right? Three different types of interaction terms. The first one, when you have two dummy variables are interacted, right? Let's say a very simple one here, and it can be in any context, right? But I give you more in terms of Islamic banking examples or banking examples. Now you can put into firm example, you can put into individual example, right? That you want to look at, right? Now, in the first example, I try to look at, right? I interact Islamic bank dummy with the crisis dummy, right? So you have interactions where Islamic bank dummy is 0 and 1, the 1 for Islamic bank. The same thing, crisis dummy is here, right? Now, when you do this, right, using dummy variable, you want to see whether there is difference in the expected value of YIT between Islamic bank and conventional bank during the normal periods as well as the crisis periods. Are there any difference in YIT? Right? So which means that when you have interaction dummy, you would like to see whether the difference will be between Islamic banking and conventional banking with respect to your YIT, right, differ during normal time and crisis time, right? So you have interacted two dummy variables together, right? And the case number 2 is the most common that people use, right? You have a dummy variables in Islamic banking, and you have a quantitative variables interacted. For example, you have Islamic bank multiplied by net non-interest income, right? Now, this one to see whether the relationship between non-interest income and YIT is different between Islamic bank and conventional bank, right? So you have conditional hypothesis. This one, the same thing. It may be, you want to see the impact of crisis on YIT is difference between Islamic bank and conventional bank. And the same thing here, the impact of non-interest income, right, on YIT, right, is difference between Islamic bank and conventional bank, right? So sometimes you have a dummy variable and a quantitative variables interacted, right? And sometimes you have two quantitative variables interacted. Right? For example, here, you interact size and non-interest income. Right? This one is to see whether the effect of non-interest income on YIT depends on bank size or not. Or alternative can be the effect of size on YIT depends on non-interest income or not. Right? So these are conventional hypotheses that you put in when you have the interaction terms. Right? So this will enrich your modeling to understand certain things with respect to the key variables that you try to look at when you are interacting. And as mentioned, this type of work is highly common, right? Very common in the empirical literature where people use the interaction term. And of course, there are many other frameworks that people use like threshold regressions, like interacted panel VAR or interacted VAR. So many, right? Switching regressions, for example. Right? But this is one of the ways to address conditional hypothesis where you incorporate interaction term into your regressions. Right? Very important. Right? I give you examples. Right? These are the examples coming up in Q1 journals. They try to look at here whether the impact of trade policy, where this trade is represented by trade openness, on economic growth would depend on various policies conditioning variable or not. Right? So the vector of control variable that they put in here, and they try to look at whether the impact of trade on growth depends on the education level of the workforce, depend on the financial market developments, depends on the level of inflation or not, depends on telecommunication infrastructure or not, depends on the governance, depends on the labor market, depends on various type of policy variables. Right? They would like to look at under what situation openness will increase economic growth, will have benefits or positive impact on economic growth. Right? So that the conditional hypothesis, these are quite old articles, but I refer to this article a lot because they provide me with basically the framework that I can take a look at the conditional hypothesis. Right? Example number one, just to give you some idea on how people interacting here, two quantitative variables. Right? You have two quantitative variable interactors. Right? Why we interact them? Because we want to investigate whether the impact of one variable on the other variable depends on certain conditions or not. Right? So that's why a lot of work try to do. The impact of crisis on bank performance depends on whether the bank is Islamic or conventional bank or not. And a lot of work has been done to show that Islamic banks are less affected during the time crisis. Right? Now, how to investigate that? Your model maybe need to involve or require interaction term as one of the approach that you can look at, right, in your investigations. So this is just one example. In context of banking here, lending, right? People try to look at whether bank capital or bank liquidity, right, can offset potential negative effect of capital stringency. Very important, right? So you look at capital regulations, and capital regulation might affect loans, but then how would bank at different level of capital, at different level of liquidity, right, cope with capital stringency? So this one also come up in the Q1 journal, right? They try to look at the effect of capital regulations on bank lending, and they provide the global evidence with thousands of banks considered in the estimations, right? So this again is basically the interaction term that has been put in. Now, my focus is not about this interaction term, my focus about interpreting the coefficient that you have estimated if you have interaction term. And some of you may have interaction term, but we have to interpret correctly. And for your future write-up, for example, you may want to have conditional hypothesis that you make use of interaction term. So you have to equip yourself with understanding on how to interpret the interaction term. How do we interpret beta 1? How do we interpret beta 2, beta 3, beta 4, right? In the context of, in terms of having the interaction term here. And that one, very important, very important. So let's look case by case, right? Before we look case by case, the common mistakes that people make, right? I just give you one simple facts, right? Brambo et al. Published an article in 2006, right? They looked at more than 100 articles, right, that make use of the interaction term, right? They make use of interaction term. Now, and they come up with these conclusions, right? Remember, these are published work that are out there. And they say that only 10% of all models employing interaction term actually avoided all problems, right? Commonly encountered problem, right? 3 of them, which are so common that people commit in terms of the mistakes. Only 10% avoid all those 3, right? Very important. What are the 3 mistakes that people make, right, in using the model with interaction term? These are 3 mistakes. 1, in the context of model specifications, they do not include all constituent terms independently, right? And these are the interpretation mistakes. So there are 2 mistakes in the context of model with interaction term. The first one, misinterpretations. The second one, do not fully interpret the results, right? So we want to avoid this. If we have the models with interaction term, we do not want to misinterpret the results, okay? And second one, we want to fully interpret the results, right? But normally in many articles, even the one that has been published more recently, they still have some weaknesses when it comes to interpretations of the models with interaction term, right? Because they lack what we term as substantive interpretations of the results, right? Now, even in the article survey that has been done in the area of corporate finance by, I think here, I'm not sure, International Business of Corporate Finance, he did a survey of articles in 2019, 1/4, right? Which means 25%, right? That use interaction term misinterprets the results and discuss them in a misleading way, right? So if you look into this context, we have to be careful, right? In simple regression that we have discussed in the first half, we have to be careful in interpreting the results. But if you use interaction term, you have to be more careful, right? When you interpret the results, right? Okay, we have ones here. My models, so Y, right? And one of X are dummies, right? Y equal to 1 is 1 does wakaf, and in fact, Y people does not only in facts, right? X dummy behavior, charity during COVID-19, right? And X not effects, X3 charity increasing during COVID-19 is this conditionals. Other variable of X are one's behavior toward wakaf and in facts like education trust. Okay, now come from 49. Right? Now, see, is this conditional hypothesis? The answer in the context of what you try to do, it may be not. Why? Because your time frame analysis during COVID-19, I would say, which means you gather data during the present time, right? So your data is basically not conditional. You are trying to look at whether the people that do I'm not sure what it means, X1 charity decreasing, X2 not effects, and X equal to 3 charity increasing, right? So I'm not sure what that means, but then if this is dummy variables, then the way you specify the dummy variable may be wrong. You have to specify in different way, right? Because you try to look at, I think, whether those who contribute, or whether those who contribute more into charity during the COVID-19, right, will also will be more likely to contribute to wakaf and infaks. And that's what I try to say in this case. But I'm not sure, I have to see clearly, but it's not conditional, right? And of course, your hypothesis, what I try to say, conditional means that there are variables that moderate the impacts, the relationship between the variables, right? So here doesn't look like conditionals in a sense that there's no moderating variable getting involved in your regressions here, right? So the other control variables normal can be put in there, right? Now, you look at 25% because of misinterpretation of results. So that's why I said when it comes to interpretation of results, I will spend time to discuss fully in detail so that those who follow my workshops, when they write the articles, and normally, hopefully, they have some hypothesis that they would like to address, and that in their hypothesis, they need to use interaction term. Now, when you use interaction term, you have to interpret the interaction term correctly. And that one very important parts, right? Now, let's look at various interaction terms that you might have, right? Now, but first one, right, that you have to be mindful when you have interaction term, right? When you specify your models, right, remember that all constituent terms must be included independently. What it means here is this, right? If you have the interaction term X and Z in your regressions, you also need to include X and Z separately, right? You cannot omit them, right? You have to include separately, right? Remember here, you have X multiplied by an Z. So you must have X as your independent variables, and you also must have Z as your independent variable. So which means that you cannot just enter the interaction term without the X, without the Z entered independently. If you do that, you make the problem of model misspecifications, right? Model misspecifications, you have to include them. So if you interact Islamic bank dummy with a crisis dummy, you must have Islamic bank here, you must have the crisis here. If you interact Islamic bank dummy with non-interest income, you must have Islamic bank dummy here, and you must have non-interest income here, and all other control variables, right? So these are basically the requirements for proper, right? For proper specifications of the models. You must include those, right? That need to be understood, right? In your model specifications. Otherwise, right, your specification is wrong. Now, once you have interaction terms, right, you have to look carefully, because in most cases, right, you cannot, unlike in what we have discussed before, you cannot interpret beta 1 in most cases, especially when X is a quantitative variable and Z is a quantitative variable. Both are quantitative, which means that the example of size and non-interest income, the one I give you, you cannot interpret beta 1 separately, right? Now, if you look at here, right, you look at here, you go back from what we have discussed, right? Without interaction term, in this model, for example, right, these models, if you look at in this case, allow you to interpret size and EQA separately, which means you can interpret this one first, and then you can interpret this one, right? But if, for example, you interact national log of size with EQA and you put into your regressions, now you cannot interpret 0.74 separately anymore, right? Your interpretation must be, you must approach interpretation in different way. And that's one really important when you have interaction term where most people are not aware, right? So that's why most people commit the mistake when they try to interpret the interaction term. So remember, when you have interaction term, right, the second one, right, that you have to put in, do not interpret the coefficients of the constituent term, which means that the term that are entered into the interaction independently from the coefficients of the interaction term, right? And when applicable, for example, you have to substantively compute the marginal effects. And that one very important part, right, in terms of the interpretations. Right? Very important, because sometimes you will not be able to basically interpret individual coefficients like what you have done before, like what we have discussed in the first half of our workshop today, right? Our session today, where you go to one by one and you interpret the results, right? You may not be able to interpret in that way when you have the interaction term. And that's why you need to be careful when you have the models with the interaction terms, right? Now, let's take a look at, as mentioned, right? When you have the interaction term, okay, in this context, linear additive models versus linear interaction term. As I said here, right? How do we interpret the result before I go to case by case? Now, you look at these equations, right? Now, these equations try to look at the impact of, right? Let's say, I try to look at the impact of openness, right? Let's see, the impact of financial developments, right, on economic growth, for example, right? And let's say you run these regressions, you get the result for beta 1. Now, as opposed to, these are the beta 1 here, right? As opposed to what you have here, right? Where you have the same models, but you put the interaction term here, right? Now, remember, beta 1 here and beta 1 here, right? We use the same notations, but they have different meaning, right? They have different meaning, right? And in fact, the first beta 1 here and the second beta 1 here, you cannot compare them, right? Unless you know exactly the meaning of beta 1 that you have here, right? And you know the meaning of beta 1. Now, if you look at, right, beta 1 from the first one here, they provide you the marginal effects, which means the impact of changes in FD on YIT given the level of OP, right? When we say that given the level of OP, the level of OP can be at any given levels, right? So the impact of financial developments on YIT will be equal to beta 1, regardless of whether OP equal to 1, equal to 2, equal to 3, equal to hundreds, which means for any given level of OP, right, the relationship between YIT and FD equal to beta 1, right? Now, once you have the interaction term like this, you cannot interpret beta 1 in the same way as you have interpreted beta 1 here, right? Because when you have included this one, you make the impact of FD on YIT to depends on the level of openness. See? You see the difference. Now, here you don't make the impact of FD on YIT to depends on openness, because the impact of FD on YIT, right, is equal to beta 1 regardless of the level of OP. Okay? But this one, the impact of FD on YIT depends on what level of OP that you have. Okay? So that's basically the meaning of beta 1. Right? And to put more in technical term, right? Technical term may not be intuitive, but technical term means that the marginal effect of FD on the dependent variables, right? Beta 1 means that beta 1 represents the impact of FD on YIT when OP equal to 0. Right? When equal to 0. Of course, we have to look at whether it's realistic or not to assume openness to be equal to 0. Because this may be the extreme value or not possible value that we do not want to interpret as such. But technically, that's what it means. Beta 1 represents the impact of FD on YT for the case where OP equal to 0. This beta 1 means the impact of FD for YIT, regardless of any value of OP. Right? You can see the difference in terms of the interpretations. Why? Because when you put interaction term, the interpretation becomes conditionals on the other variables, as the one that we have discussed before, right? Because this beta 1 here doesn't or no longer capture the effect of FD, right, on the dependent variables, right? But then it captures when OP equal to 0, the beta 1, right? So that you have to understand correctly in the context of interpreting the model with interaction term, right? Very important parts, right? The model with interaction terms, right? So I try to look at what you have here in terms of you have any question that you raise and so on. So these are the interpretation part. I will go to a more specifics, right, in terms of interpretations. Now, I will give you this, right? Now, let's say you have the hypothesis, right? And that hypothesis require you to look at, right? Require for you to look at whether NPLs, right? Whether NPLs, or you have to assess the difference in bank risk, right, between Islamic bank and conventional banks, right? Between Islamic bank or conventional bank, right? During the time of crisis, right? As well as during the normal time. Or, right, maybe you are interested to look at, and this one also would be very interesting, right? You would like to look at the ESG contributions of Sharia compliant firms and Sharia non-compliant firms, whether there exist differences or not, right? During the crisis time and normal time, right? So you take a look at the firms, right? And you try to compare their contributions. Or you can take a look at, for example, the contributions, right? Whether the contributions to charity, right? Or in fact, the one that you have, Awqaf, would there be difference between someone who have higher, right, educations, right? Or someone who, let's say, have university educations, right? with those who have no university educations, for example, or someone who have religious educations, as compared to someone that do have no religious educations during the time of pandemic and during the normal time, right? So these are type of thing that you might want to make comparisons. So in this case, let's say I would like to look at whether the impact of whether there exists different in, let's say, NPL. It can be anything, right? Between Islamic bank and conventional bank during the normal time and during the crisis time, right? During normal time and during crisis time. And I write my sample like this. I have Islamic bank dummy, I have the crisis dummy, and I have interaction term, which means that I would like to look at whether the impact of the crisis on NPLs depends on whether the bank is Islamic or conventional. And that's what I try to look at. Okay? Now, you have two interactive terms there. Now, you are looking at, in terms of this case, remember, Islamic bank take two values, 1 and 0, where 1 reflect Islamic bank, 0 reflect conventional bank. Okay? And crisis also take two values, 1 or 0, where 1 means that the period is the crisis, the years is the crisis years, right? And 0 means the normal years, right? So you have the crisis, you have normal years. Now, if you look at in terms of this case, when you have this type of situations, right, where you try to look at the impact of crisis on bank non-performing loans, depend on whether bank is basically the Islamics, whether bank Islamic, depends on whether the bank is Islamic or conventional bank. And this is the model that you have built by introducing interaction term, because you have conditional hypothesis, and these are the case. You will have 4 different situations, right? Because you have 4 cases, right? You can combine all these 4. For example, you can take a look at what is the expected value of YIT. These are the table that you have to put in first before you go into try to interpret what it means by beta 1, what it means by beta 2, what it means by beta 3. Right? If you want to address the hypothesis, let's say my hypothesis is this, okay, is the effects of crisis on NPLs difference for Islamic, different between Islamic bank and conventional bank. Let's say these are my research questions that I would like to look at. Right? Now, it's good to put into this table so that we have clarity. Right? Now, if you look at the regressions that you have done here, right? Just take a look at the regression that you have done here, for examples, right? The regression that you have done here. Now, with all the variable that you put in, where you have your key variable, 3 of them, you look at, you have interaction term, and then you separately have put in the 2 variables that are interacting separately, IB and crisis. And that the requirements of model specifications, and you have control variables, right? Now, if you look at what is the expected value of YI, the expected value of YI. If IB equal to 0 and if CR equal to 0, right? You just want to look at. Now, remember your assumption that you put here, expected value of epsilon IT equal to 0, right? So it means that the expected value of epsilon I, if IB equal to 0, this term go to 0, this term you go to 0, and this term you go to 0. And the expected value of epsilon by assumption that we have made equal to 0. So the expected value of YIT will just be simply beta 0 plus theta XIT, right? Theta XIT. Now, we look at the second case. When IB equal to 0 and CR equal to 1. Right? What is the expected expected value of NPLs? Right? What is the expected value of NPL for conventional bank during the time of crisis? Right? During the time of crisis. Now, you look at during time of crisis, conventional bank, this value, this term will go to, this term will go to 0. CR equal to 1 because we have crisis. So you have beta 2 in there. And this term go to 0 because IB equal to 0. So the expected value would be equal to beta 0, beta plus beta 2 plus theta XIT, right? Our control variables. And we can do the same thing. What is the expected value of YIT if IB equal to 0 and CR, which means crisis, no, IB equal to 1 and crisis equal to 0, right? If you look at this case, it will be equal to beta 0 and beta 1 because IB equal to 1. And this one go to 0, this one go to 0. And you have theta XIT, right? And finally, what is the expected value of YIT if IB equal to 1 and crisis equal to 1, which means we look at the expected value of NPL for Islamic bank during the time of crisis. It will be equal to this because IB equal to 1, this one equal to 1, and this one also 1 multiplied by 1. So you have everything. So these are the expected value under 4 possible conditions, because you can be Islamic bank during normal time and crisis time, conventional bank during normal time and crisis time, right? Now, if you want to look at whether the expected value of NPLs difference or not between conventional bank and Islamic bank during the crisis periods, right? Now, what you have to look at in this case is really easy. You have to look at this column because this column provides us with the impact, with the expected value of NPLs for conventional bank and for Islamic bank, right? For Islamic bank. Now, if you look at these two, what are the difference between these two? Right? This provides you expected value of NPL of conventional bank during the crisis period. This one provides you the expected value of NPLs of Islamic bank during the crisis periods. So both refer to the crisis. The first one for conventional, the second one for, right, for Islamic bank. So what are the difference between those two? Now, if you look carefully, it's clear cut. The difference between those two is beta 1 plus beta 3, right? Beta 1 plus beta 3, right? Now, if you want to answer these questions, you have to test this null hypothesis, whether beta 1 plus beta 3 equal to 0 or not, right? So look back, right? To answer the hypothesis, you cannot rely on beta 1 alone. You cannot rely on beta 3 alone. You have to rely on both beta 1 plus beta 3. Why? Because these are conditional hypotheses, right? Conditional hypothesis. So this is a way for you to interpret the result, but then you have to be careful, right? The first time, second time you do it, put in tabular form so that you can see exactly, right? Because difference between the first here, right? The first here, this and this is the difference of NPLs of conventional bank and Islamic bank during the time of crisis. What is the difference during the normal time? The difference during normal time will be this, only beta 1, right? Because these are normal time. These are expected NPL for conventional bank. These are expected NPL for Islamic bank, right? You take this second one minus the, you take the second one minus the first one, you are left with beta 1. And that's the difference in NPL, but this one during normal periods. Right? What beta 2 represents? The difference in the NPLs, right? The difference in the NPLs of conventional bank between the two periods, right? Which means that beta 2 provide you whether there exists an increase in NPL or not when the crisis took place for conventional bank, right? You look at, and the same thing for Islamic bank. What are different between these two? Beta 2 and beta 3, right? So all these things must be put in place before you can interpret the results correctly. And that's why I mentioned to you, when you have interaction term, be careful. You may not be able to interpret the results, right? You may not be able to interpret the results, right? Of the coefficients in isolation from the others, right? If I ask you, what is beta 1? These are the difference in NPL between Islamic bank and conventional bank, right? During the normal periods, that beta 1. What is beta 2? Right? This is the difference, right?
Between
NPLs of conventional bank between normal and crisis period. What is beta 3? No, you cannot interpret easily as such. You have to look at all. Beta 3 will provide you basically some indication of the difference, right, in the impact of crisis for Islamic and conventional bank. But then you have to compare between these two, right? So these are type of things that you have to look at, right, in the context of the interaction term. And that's why I always ask everyone that follow my workshops. I have done a lot, many times, the workshop on interpretations. Be careful on interpretations so that you interpret correctly. Because remember, right, referees will look closely at the way you interpret the results because they will make judgments whether you know your stuff or not, you know your econometrics or not, you know how to interpret or not, right, before they accept your articles. And that one really important part, correct interpretations, because I've seen people do not have correct interpretations of the results, right, when they try to interpret the results that they report, right? So these are type of things that you have to look at, right, when you have two dummy variable interacting, right? So I'm not sure whether you have any questions or not for this one before I go to the second one. Is what I explained clear or not in terms of try to help you to look at the regressions and try to understand? You don't want to answer, you can put in the chat yes or no, or too difficult. Because these are in the area of interpreting the result, which means we would like to make sense of the results and we would like to put correctly so that we can convey the right information to the readers. These are the results that we get, right, in terms of economic importance, in terms of what it means, and that's what we need to tell when we write them. And that's why we need to understand on how to interpret the coefficients, right? So we have not organized the result yet. Just try to understand on how to interpret first before we organize the interpretations, right? The discussions of the results in the papers, right? Okay, since there's no questions, I would say that you are clear. Hopefully.
Ibu Tika Arundina raise her hand. Please, okay. Ibu Tika. Please, Ibu Tika.
Dr. Tika, you have to unmute. Yes, Dr. Tika, because she attended as attendees. Normally she will be in panelists, right? But okay, we can. Oh, she cannot unmute. Can the host unmute her? Okay, no, that's it. Please write the question in the chat box. Okay, while we wait for her to write in the chat box later, perhaps. Okay. Okay, I will come back if you have anything that you would like to ask in terms of this case. So these are one thing that is good to put this, right? Because normally the first time that you try to interpret results, just put in this table as your guideline, right? So that you can interpret correctly. Because when you have dummy variable, now you have two dummy variables that you are interacting. We try to make comparisons in terms of the expected value YIT, right? According to where your categories is, as opposed to the other categories. For example, between crisis and normal period, between Islamic and conventional bank, right? So these are type of things that you have to understand in terms of interpreting when two dummies are interacted, right?
Yes, Prof. Now, I just want to make sure, actually, Prof. First thing is about the have you or are you gonna explain to us how to interpret the beta tree? So how to interpret the interaction here, and if we have this equation where we have the interaction part, are we going to interpret B1 and B2 as well, or we just gonna interpret the B3 only? Since for B1, we are assuming that the values of what is it? The Islamic, the other one is actually the questions for quantitative versus quantitative, as you mentioned before in the previous slide. If it is both, if both variables are quantitative, it means that we are assuming that the other part, the quantitative part, is openness of what I say, openness is 0, and the other one, So are we going to interpret that as well if we have a quantitative versus quantitative and not this dummy? Because if it is dummy, we can interpret easily whether it is Islamic banking and not or conventional. But if it is quantitative, then probably different scenario.
Okay,
thank you.
The one that I mentioned to you, just give the technically we can interpret in that way, but then I will go into more details on how to interpret when you have two quantitative variables together, right? I will go into more details in that context. Now, coming back here, of course, it depends on your objective, right? Because you can interpret each one of them, but you have to know exactly what beta 1 represents, right? Which means that when you interpret them, you have to tell that beta 1 is basically reflects the difference in the NPLs, in the expected value of NPL between conventional and Islamic bank during the normal periods, right? So you can say that, okay, from the result that has been from the regression results, right? We may note that during the normal periods, right, Islamic banks or the value or the Islamic bank risk as represented by NPL is, right, during the normal period is higher or lower depending on whether beta 1 negative or positive, for example, right? Let's say beta 1 is positive, for example, right? Or beta 1 is negative, or beta 1 not significant. It means that there's no difference in terms of the NPL during the normal period between Islamic bank and conventional bank. So you interpret accordingly in context of significance or not significance, right? Because that provide, but beta 1 is present by beta, it represents, is given by this, right? Now by this one, right? And for the crisis period, for example, right? for the crisis periods, the difference in NPL would be, right, would be beta 1 plus beta 3. So which means that what I try to say into this case is this, right? In the context of interpretations, you have to go one by one, because beta 1 here is related to the normal period, the difference between these two banks. But now you have two, beta 1 plus beta 3. Right? Now this one provides the difference in the NPLs, right? In the NPL, right? The difference in the NPLs of Islamic bank, conventional bank during the crisis periods, right? During the crisis period. So you have to interpret correctly in that context. Now, if this is your main, then you have to focus more on this, right? Now, what is beta 2? Beta 2, again, just interpret correctly, right? Beta 2 means that, let's say you get beta 2 to become plus, right? To become plus, right? For this, right? Beta 2 become plus. What it means to this case, right? It means that during the crisis period, NPL of conventional bank increase, right? But this one related to conventional bank, because that represents beta 2, right? Now, how about Islamic bank, whether they during the crisis period, the NPL increase or not? Now that one have to be based on beta 2 plus beta 3, right? Now, if you look in terms of this case, right, the way that you can interpret in these parts, you look carefully in terms of this one, right? And as I mentioned, beta 2 reflects the changes in NPL for conventional bank. Right? Beta 2 and beta 3 it reflect the changes in NPL during the time crisis for Islamic bank, right? Islamic bank. Now, suppose, right? Suppose, for example, beta 2 is positive, right? Which means that during the time crisis, the risk of conventional bank increase as compared to during the normal period, which is something should be expected, right? That beta 2. Now, when you look at this one, let's say, as I mentioned before, positive and significant. Now, whether the impact of the crisis on the NPL of Islamic bank is more or less would be depending on this, right? Would be depending on this, right? The impact of crisis, because the total impact will be equal to this in terms of the crisis for Islamic bank. But whether it will be more or less, you have to compare with beta 2. For example, this one positive, but let's say if this one is negative, okay? This one negative, right? And the sum of these two, right? They can be basically three, right? Three potential outcomes. The sum of these two, right? Remember, beta 2 plus beta 3 means non-performing loan of Islamic bank during the crisis as compared to the non-crisis periods, right? And if you look at, these are the changes in non-performing loan during the crisis for Islamic bank. These are the changes for conventional bank, right? So you look at, when you take the sum of these two, it can be, right? Beta 3 can be 3, can be plus, positive, can be negative, and significance, yes, right? Can be negative and significance, and can be negative or positive but not significance, right? not significance, for example. So you have to look at all those beta 3. Look at the third one first. If this is the case, what that means? Right? It means that the impact of crisis on NPL, right, of conventional bank and Islamic bank, there exists no difference. Why? Because beta 3 is not different from 0. So the impact will be beta 2 here, beta 2 here, right? So that's the way you interpret the results. But if the impact, if beta 3 plus and significance, it means that the crisis affect Islamic bank more, which means that the crisis increase NPL more than the increase in NPL of conventional bank. Why? Because you have bigger plus here, and again you have plus. So being Islamic bank means that your NPL increase higher during the crisis as compared to non-crisis period, right? Because for conventional bank, the increase in NPL only beta 2, but for Islamic banks, beta 2 plus beta 3, where beta 3 is positive, right? And if this one is negative significance, right? Negative significance, you have to do the third test, right? You have to look at whether the sum here positive or not. But more importantly, if you have negative here, it means that the impact of crisis on the risk of Islamic bank will be less as compared to conventional bank. And in fact, if you make these two, right? You make these two, let's say it becomes less than 0 because beta 3 is bigger than beta 2, for example, and they are significant. Then you can say that the crisis, in fact, reduce non-performing loan of Islamic bank, for example, which it may not be likely, but these are potential results and you have to interpret accordingly, right? And that's why when you put this result and try to think of the result first, how to put in, because there are many different ways to interpret the results. And you have to understand on how these many different ways so that you can put in and tell the story in your papers, right? So these are basically when you have the interaction term. And sometimes you may not be able to just look one by one, right? But you can rely on significance here. But if you want to look at what are the difference in non-performing loans, then the difference would be between Islamic and conventional bank. During the time crisis, the difference would be beta 1 plus beta 3, right? And that's the difference. So that's why various hypotheses need to be tested when you have the interaction term, right? So I'm not sure, I hope this one is clear, Dr. Tika.
Yes, thank you, Prof. Prof, another one is beta 1 here in the fourth equation shows the effect of NPL to Islamic bank during crisis or during normal period, the beta 1 here.
No, see, when you have dummy variable, it's comparisons, right? You compare between two categories.
Yes,
so,
yes. No, actually my question is, if beta 1 is not significant, are we going to interpret beta 3 as well? I mean, it is still reliable if we compare beta, if we interpret beta 3.
You have to look at, right? Let's say what beta 1 represents, right? These are beta 1. Beta 1 represents the difference in NPLs, right? The difference in NPLs of Islamic bank and conventional bank during normal time.
During normal period, okay.
Let's say it turned out to be insignificant. Right? So your result would be, your interpretation would be, during the normal periods, right? The credit risk of Islamic bank, right, and conventional bank control for whatever control variable that you put in have no or exhibit no statistical difference. Right? There's no difference between them during the normal time. Right? Now, how about during crisis time? During crisis time, what are the difference between of NPL between these two? You have to test this hypothesis, the null hypothesis that beta 1, right, plus beta 3 equal to 0. So you have to test this hypothesis.
Yes,
right?
Okay.
Which means that you cannot rely on the significance of beta 1 alone or significant beta 3 alone, because now you have conditional hypothesis. Because look carefully, the difference of NPL between this and this is nothing more than beta 1 plus beta 3. So you have to put both of them. Even beta 1 is not statistically significant. You still need to test the composite here. Right? If they turn out to be insignificant, then you can say that, okay, in both crisis and normal periods, there are no difference in terms of the credit risk of Islamic bank and conventional bank. But normally you will find this one to be significant, right? If you find him to be significant, the second thing that you have to look at is this less than 0 or is this more than 0, right? Because this one provides the difference of NPLs of Islamic bank and conventional bank during the crisis period.
Yes.
If you have them want to be less than 0, it means that credit risk of Islamic bank is less than conventional bank during the crisis, even if the risk level is the same during normal period, because you find this to be insignificant, right? So which means that you cannot just stop looking at the significance of individual coefficients. Sometimes you have to test this hypothesis, right? You have to run, right? So in the context of startup, for example, this one more techniques where I cannot cover in this interpretation of result, but then if, for example, in the future times, right, if we have workshop on this, and I plan to have workshop with University Malaya students, and may want to invite some of you to join freely, no charge, don't worry, freely, right? When it comes to interpretations of the interaction term, right? Because there are ways of interpreting them. If you want to use them, learn this approach of interpreting them carefully, right? Because this one, you run this hypothesis. If they are more than 0, you can say, okay, the Islamic banks and non-performing loans during the time of crisis, the credit risk is higher for Islamic bank than conventional bank, right? So those are type of things. So it depends on which way you want to put in your interpretation, because there are many different ways. You can compare conventional bank during the 2-time period. You can compare Islamic bank during the time period. You can compare Islamic and conventional bank during normal period. You can compare these two. So depending on which pair that you want to look at, right? And which one you want to put in your paragraph depend on your objective, right? Which one you want to look at, right? You want to look at whether there exists different in expected value of NPL during normal and crisis period, then you can compare between these two, and you can compare between these two. And that's what I try to give in terms of this case. Okay?
Okay. Yes, thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof.
Okay. Now, the next one that I would like to go into, right? What happens if you're interacting this, right? You're interacting. The Islamic bank dummy with, right? You look at some of this case, right? With the non-interest income, and your hypothesis are the relation between YIT and non-interest income different for Islamic bank and conventional bank, right? Now, if I differentiate, right, really simple marginal effects. If non-interest incomes, right, if non-interest income increase or change, what might be the impact on YIT, right? And from this equation is easily, we can see easily into this case, the impact is not beta 2, right? The impact of non-interest income on YIT equal to this, which means it depends on whether the bank Islamic or conventionals, right? So if the banks basically the conventional bank, because IB equal to 0, the impact of non-interest income on, let's say, again, the same bank risk would be equal to beta 2, right? And that one for conventional bank. So in this case, you can take a look at the T statistics. You can take a look at the coefficients and interpret accordingly with the way that we have interpreted before, right? But how about the impact of non-interest income on bank risk for Islamic bank. Right? Now, in this context, you cannot interpret using beta 1. You cannot interpret just using beta 3, because the impact of non-interest income on bank risk for Islamic bank equal to this, which is equal to these two. In other words, you have to test this null hypothesis, right, to see whether they are significant or not significant. Right? And beta 3 provide the difference. Right? For examples, right? I give you an example. If you find out beta 2 to be positive and significant, you can say that non-interest income affect bank risk positively for conventional bank, right? Because beta 2 is when IB equal to 0, right? But then for Islamic bank, whether non-interest income affect bank risk, right, or not, it depends on the significance of this. Let's say you find it to be significant also and positive, right? Then you can say that non-interest income also affects bank risk of Islamic bank positively. But you see that beta 3 less than 0, you can conclude that, but the positive impact of non-interest income on bank risk is less for Islamic bank, right? So these are the difference in the impact captured by beta 3. You look at, these are the marginal effect for conventional bank. These are the marginal effect for Islamic bank. So the difference in terms of the impact is captured by beta 3, right? So if beta 3 is positive, the impact of Islamic bank is higher. If beta 3 negative, the impact of Islamic bank is lower. But whether the impact significant or not, you have to test this hypothesis, right? So that's really important, right? Going back to what we have discussed before, right? Where we say that before we interpret result, you have to know on how to test significance. When you have interaction term, testing significance involve a joint test of two coefficients. In this case, beta 2 plus beta 3. You cannot look at the significance of the individual coefficients. One, you have the, the interaction term, right? So that's why we have to be careful whether to be a little bit careful, because it's easy for us to misinterpret the result if we try to interpret each one of them separately from the others. And that's why we have to put all these things so that we can interpret correctly the result that we have here, right? And we can basically extend this. What happens if you have, right? If you have two quantitative variables, let's say like in this case, right? You have this, what is the impact on Y as a result of openness? Remember, will depend on FD, right? Now, but the problems here, right? Problem here is what? FD is no longer 1 and 0, right? FD is not 1 and 0. FD take a quantitative value where you can look at the minimum value can be, let's say you look at your descriptive statistics. The minimum of FD, let's say you have 18. The maximum is 170, right? For example, right? Or if you use national logs, for example, because some people, they use national log to present this. You may have the minimums equal to, let's say, for FD 0.9 and the maximum equal 6.7 because you use national log, right? Now, you want to look at the impact of openness on YIT growth. You cannot rely on beta 2 because beta 2 means that if FD equal to 0, but rarely in any nations, FD equal to 0, which means you should not extrapolate to the case of FD is totally absent, unless, right? Unless FD take the value of 0 or your conditioning variables or your moderating variable here take the value of 0, and that one is okay. Right? But in this case, it's not. So what you have to interpret here, see, you have to interpret at all levels of FD. Right? Before it's easy because all level mean only 0 and 1. But now all levels doesn't mean 0 and 1. It means 0.9. It means 0.99. It means 0.1.0. It means 1.01. Right? So you have to test for all levels of that FD for you to be able to interpret the results correctly. Right? The result correctly. Now, if, for examples, like if I ask you for examples, right? Your value of FD start from 0.9 up to 6.7, and you want to increment the value by 1. So which means you have 0.9, you go to 1.0, you go to 1.1, just to get some idea, and go to 6.0, go again to the final one, 6.7, right? Now, if you look into this case, how many times you have to test for the marginal effects, right? For each value of FD. Now, this one, if you increment by 1, by 0.1, if you increment by 0.01, what will happen? You start with 0.9, you go to 0.91, 0.92, and so on, because you increment by 0.01, right? And this one is your choice because you just want to look at different level, what might be the impacts of OP on YI, right? So if you look at this case, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? 50, 51, you have to do the test 52 times, where you test the significance of this for each level of FD. And this, what we mean by substantive interpretations of the results when you have interaction term that you put together, and both of the variables interaction term are quantitative variables. You have to interpret this, otherwise you will make mistakes. Right? Now, more importantly, the significant or insignificance of individual terms, right, cannot be relied upon to make interpretations. You have to run the test for all this, right, for each level. Because, for example, if this one is not significant, if this one not significant, you may wrongly conclude that the impact of OP, right, the impact of OP, or let's say you have beta 3 not significant, and this one significant. You may wrongly conclude that the impact of FD, the impact of OP on YIT doesn't depend on FD, but you make that conclusion, you understate your results, right? And Kingsley have discussed fully into this context, where when you have two quantitative terms, you have to compute for all of them, for all value, right? This one 52 times, right? And if you increment by 0.01, you may have to do 520 times testing, right? Now, because you say, this one look difficult, the answer is no, because there exists program to do that for you, where you interpret them, this one in the context of graphical graph, using graph, by the help of graph, which means that at every level, you test this, and then you plot them whether they are significant or not significant. You can do that. And that's what needs to be done when you have two interaction terms, right? So you look at into this case, in certain situations, you can interpret beta 1, beta 2 directly, but in certain models, you may not be able to interpret directly. You have to interpret as a joint hypothesis like this, where you need the help of the graph and so on, right? So these are basically the way that we interpret the results, right, for the model with interaction term, right? And in fact, I have a lot of inquiries in terms of interpretations of interaction term that people request me to explain to them on how to interpret this interaction term, because it's highly important, especially in Islamic banking and finance literature, where we make use of interaction term a lot. And in fact, in many of your proposals, I observed that you have a lot of moderating variables, right? Once you have moderating variables, we would like to see if we would like to see the impact of your key variable on your dependent variable at different level of moderating variables, right? And that one would be very important. Okay? So these are type of things that lead us to the final one, the interpretations of results, right? And hopefully, I would like you to review all these things, because what we have done in this first part, just interpreting first. Right? Now, once we know interpreting, now the next thing, how to write the result sessions. Right? And in order to know how to write the result sessions, right, we have to strategize how to present the results from the first table and the second table, because as I mentioned, the good journal articles do not have only one table of result. You have many tables because you may have different objectives. Right? You may have multiple objectives. And at the same time, you have to do robustness checks. So you have many different tables. Now, in part 2 of the interpretation of result, I will go into more detail on how to strategize. And when we do robustness checks, what do we mean by meaningful robustness checks? Because robustness checks not just simply doing robustness check for the purpose of doing it. You must have some reasons why you do robustness checks in the way that you do robustness checks. And that one very important part in the context of results interpretations, right? So that's basically my apology that I cannot go into yet the write up, because I would like you to understand different way of interpretation of result, which depends on your model specifications. And of course, this one will not be comprehensive in the sense that if your yi is binary 1 and 0 and you use logic, beta 1 have to be interpreted differently in the context of probability, for example, right? So there are many different ways of interpreting result depending on your models that you have used, and equipping yourself, right, with various type of methods and models, right, will enhance your ability to do empirical research, right? Because you do not want to rely on only one specific methods, right? You want to use many different type of methods, right? Because you do not want your result to be dependent on the methods, right? But you want your result to be robust across different type of methods, right? So these are basically the interpretations part ones, right? And I hope that this one will be useful to all of you, right? And this one I already mentioned in terms of the way that they interpret the result and putting into the interaction term, right? Now, we have a time's up here, but then I will still, I would be happy still to address if you have any questions, right? When it comes to the next sessions, right? Basically, I will start with this table, for example. Right? This table. Let's say you have this table. How you write the discussion result of these tables, right? You have 6 regressions. How you put it when you write? Do I need to go one by one, right? And then variable by variables? How should I combine them together and tell the story of this baseline result before I go to the next table and the next table and next table, right? So these are type of things that I will discuss in the next one, strategizing presentations of results, right? Because at the end, you must have a chart box outside before you put into your papers. Chart box in the sense that you look at various possible way of presenting the result and try to look at which one will make it clearer to the readers to understand what you try to convey, or the way you put it is more convincing in terms of result that you present, right? So Nuridaya, let me stop here in terms of interpretation of results, right? And hopefully this is useful, but I have mentioned I will be happy to take few questions with the time that we have. I will be happy to address whatever you have. Right?
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Mansur, for very in-depth explanations about the interpretation of the result in the empirical studies, Islamic economics and finance and banking. Okay, for the distinguished panelists and participants, do you have any question for Prof. Mansur? Please.
I have a question actually, Budaya, if
please.
Yes, thank you. Prof, I want to ask regarding to my paper as well with this interaction. So as you know, my paper will see whether pro-poor is financially sustainable, is actually a financial inclusion, whether the financial inclusion also are hand in hand with the performance of the microfinance. And as another variable, moderating variable, I want to see the size, whether the size is actually affected the outreach. So if the size is bigger, actually there are given the performance becoming better rather than if the size of the microfinance is very small. But in this case, I want to ask your suggestion for its size, since I don't know if we put it in the model, the size that we use, do we need to classify into several categories? For example, we put it as a dummy as well, but maybe not 1 to 0. Maybe we have several classifications, for example, from 1 to 4. This is the smallest, this is the average, this is the highest, for example. Or we put the size as is. Because as you know, if we want to see, the size will be vary, the range of the size is actually quite big. And then if you want to put one by one, as you mentioned before, probably, I don't know, it will be very difficult. So are you suggesting for us to make us classifications, or we put the amount of the size as is?
Okay, let me ask you first, for example, say, your dependent variable is what?
Is return on asset. Is
return on assets,
yes.
and you are looking at what, firm, bank, or microfinance?
Microfinance.
So you look at microfinance. So these are return of assets of microfinance I at time t, right?
Yes, yes.
And then you regress this on beta 0. Let's say put on beta 1. Your key variable would be financial inclusions.
Yes.
So your key variable would be financial inclusions, right? And you would like to look at by the in environments of more financially included or more financially inclusive, for example, the return on asset be higher or not, right? But then you also look at the size of this, right? The size of this. And then you interacting beta 3 financial inclusions, right, with the size.
Yes.
Right, with the size. Okay. Now and number 4, plus, for example, you put all other controls.
Control variables, yes.
Control variable, but the key thing, your hypothesis, right? You try to look at does the impact, right, of financial inclusions on ROA depends, right, on size.
Yes.
Right? Now, your question is how to define size, right? So these are what you have. You have question that you have raised. Now, so it's no harm to use whatever the proxy of size that you have. Normally we use assets, right?
Yes.
asset of microfinance. But then if there are big disparity, always we use national law of assets, right, to represent size. Doesn't matter. You can use national law of assets. And then once you use national law of assets here, right, then in this case, you look at what is the minimum and what is the maximum, right? And then you compute the marginal effect accordingly, right? Starting from the minimum value and with certain increments go to the maximum value, which may require you to basically compute the marginal effects, right? Allow you to compute the marginal effects. So that is okay because it's easy to do, in fact, right? The only thing you have to master the skills on how to do that, right? And if you know how to use Stata, I can show you easily how to do that, right? So use the size that are common. But then if you want to use robustness check, for example, let's say you want to classify the bank size by big bank or microfinance size, big and small, where you define on your own what you mean by bigs, which means if microfinance have the size higher than the median, you can consider big. Lower than median can small. And that one you can use dummy variable 0 and 1. You don't have to put all many categories, right? Because some people have seen when they look at bank, they do that, right? They identify size. For example, I did do a bank size, but then I define bank size according to the asset. If bank size is bank's asset more than 10 billion USD, that bank is big bank. So dummy variable equal to 1. So you have to look at the way that people classify. But then for me, I see no harm for you to do this, right? For you to do this, right? Now, let me share you one thing, right? Into this case, right? Let me share you one thing. At the start of basically our workshops, right? I do exactly the same thing. You write articles, I also write articles, right? At start of workshop. Let me share the article that I've written with you. These are the articles I've written, right? I think that's why I give a lot of, this is one that we have discussed, not the articles. Let me look at my articles. Sorry, not here. Okay, let me open up one article that I have written now and share with you. And what I mean by substantive interpretations of the results when you have two variables interacting together. And in fact, when you read the articles that have been published, you may see some, right? You may have seen some basically reported in the articles, right? So let me share with you this one. These are the articles that I'm writing in terms of finance and output volatility during the global financial crisis, right? I just show you the models a little bit right here of what I have done. These are all the hypotheses that have been written. These are output volatility. And I interact finance with X, where X can be real GDP, can be banking stability, can be any others. And I would like to look at whether the marginal effect of this finance, which represented by credit as well as financial inclusions, would depend on certain value of X or not, right? So basically the marginal effect look like this, right? How the financial inclusions affect output volatility would depend on the value of X. And my value of X ranges from, let's say, in terms of descriptive statistics, for example, if I look at real GDP, right? Descriptive statistics that have been presented, for example, real GDP here, right? In the context of financial inclusions, let's look at real GDP. Range from the minimum of 5, maximum of 11, right? Roughly 5 to 12. So I have to compute for each value of real GDP, whether financial inclusions affects output volatility or not, because I want to see is the impacts the same for poor countries where income is lower as opposed to rich country when income higher. So these are the range of minimum and maximum. So I have to compute for each one of them. And computing and getting marginal plot is look like this. Look like this. These are marginal plots, right? Which means that if you look into this case, just look at these results. These are the plots that I mean that we have to equip ourselves and need to learn on this. These are the plots, right? If you look at in terms of this case, this reflects significance. What it means in terms of this case, right? If you get this type of finding, a lot of discussion can be made. And these are the way that we interpret the result when you have interaction term of two quantitative variables, right? And from this, you can interpret the result accordingly, right? And my result tell me that financial inclusions will be beneficial in reducing output volatility only if the income level of the country, right, surpass certain point, which means that you have to be at the higher level of income first before you can get benefit. The poor countries, financial inclusion will not give you benefits in the context of reducing output volatility. And that's what it means, right? So you can interpret the result in that way. And this one can be done if you know, right? You have to have the skills. It can be done in, I would say, once you train, you do 1 minute, you can get this graph coming out, right? Very easily. You don't have to do by hand one by one. And that's what we mean by substantive interpretation, because when we try to interpret the result, what I try to give you here, you may not be able to interpret the individual coefficients. You must represent your result in different way so that people can see the results in a more meaningful way. And in model with interaction term, these are the normal way that we interpret the result by putting by putting what we term as the graph of marginal effects, right? So this is what we can do in terms of interpretation of result. But because this session is not about econometrics, so I cannot go through the econometric, but I just try to tell you, if you want to interpret the result fully, you have to understand the methods and the way to interpret the result from that methods. Once you have interaction term, this is a way of interpreting the results, right?
Okay, thank you, Prof. So from the graph, actually, we can also find the cutoff point, yeah, Prof.
Yeah,
so
you can find cutoff point, which means that you can find the threshold. You must reach a point before you can get benefits, right?
Okay, yes.
So let's say the finding that I have, for example, for you to get benefit, your political environment must be stable at certain point. Mm-hmm. If you are highly unstable, right, how much you promote financial inclusions will not bring benefit in terms of reducing output volatility, right?
Yes.
So which means that they provide conditionalities on how policies can be effective, right? Can be effective. So those are type of things that we look at. And of course, I find the result to be sometimes quite interesting, because I found that in the countries that the banking system is not stable, right? Because if banking system is not stable, output will not be stable. But in that country, financial inclusions will help in terms of reducing volatility, right? Which means that financial inclusions can play a role of in place of financial stability if the financial market is not stable. So those are type of things that I put in. Now I'm doing robustness checks, right? And robustness check that we try to do is extensive, in fact, right? Extensive. I have done if I want to share with you that I have done 64 regressions with 64 graphs of that sort so far. And we have to do more because we want to have a convincing evidence, right, in terms of how financial inclusion bring benefits. So that we have a good recommendation. That's why these are kind of, if you want to have a good paper, these are the effort that you have to put in, right? The effort that you have to put in. So I have done one robustness checks, now two more robustness check that we need to do. So it takes a lot of time to do robustness checks. So that's why sometimes I give myself 8 months to 10 months to come up with one papers. And of course, I cannot do it alone, right? It must be in team and divide the work, right? Because substantial work needs to be done for us to come up with the good papers. Because at the end, right, when you present the result, you have to question your result. If I do different way, what might be the result? If I use different assumption on the model, what might be the result? You would like your result to be the same, right? And before you can convince others, you must be convinced of your results. Right? If you are not convinced of your result, there's no point to convince others, right? Let's say you put your result is totally haywire. You do this way, your result one way. You do different way, result different way. And if you are not convinced yourself, how can you convince others, right? So this is the point that I try to raise, that in terms of presenting a result, we need to strategize carefully, and we have to know on how to do things, how to do robustness check, so that our result will be forceful, right? Will be convincing and so on, right? So you look at, there are a lot of things that we need to be patient. Researchers, of course, researchers must be patient, right? Must be consistent, must be persistent. So those are the characteristics of researchers, never give up. And that's why we continue doing what we do. Why? Because we would like to get a good results, right? We do not want to have one regression and we start telling our central bank have to do this, right? KNKS or Wakaf Foundation have to do this. No, it's not good recommendation based on result. You must have convincing result that you look at various angles before you provide recommendations. And in that way, you can make your academic paper to have impact in the industry, right? The problem that we have academic papers, but we do just 1-2 results and we make recommendations, right? No one will take that recommendation from 1 or 2 results, because many different people also have different results. And that's why we have to put a lot of effort to come up with good papers, right? And for me, 1 Q2 and Q1 journals in 2 years is good enough. And in fact, excellence, if you can have those, rather than have 10 papers not in any Q, for example, or 5 papers in Q4. I would rather have 1 paper in Q1, right? And that's why this should be your motivation, in fact, right? To put more effort and try to do things so that you have good results coming up. Okay. Okay, any others?
Yes, Ibu Sri Jumiawati, you raise hand. Do you want to ask Prof. Mansur, Ibu? Ibu Sri Juminawati?
We have less and less participants. From 17, now we have 34. And 34 also combine both attendees
I think
and
because it's already Zuhur, Prof.
Okay.
Yeah. Ibu Juniawati, do you want to ask question to Prof? Okay, because time is up. So I think, thank you very much, Prof. Mansur, for your insightful and very
still okay if I ask?
Yes, yes, please, Bu Rahmat.
Yeah, Assalamualaikum, Prof. Prof, based on your experience, because I'm trying to produce my paper at least 2 or 3 per year, how to convince ourselves that our paper is enough to submit to Q1 or Q2? How to convince ourselves is okay, is good, because sometimes we don't have confidence to submit that paper in the Q1 and Q2, Prof.
No, that one, see, basically, once you have a complete draft, for example, right? When you have complete draft, of course, the new one, you may not be, you may not know where to submit first. And that's why mostly, right, when you have a complete draft, right, you have the papers and so on, the first step that you have to do, don't rush to submit to the journal yet. Go to the good conference, right? Or if, for example, you have someone in your institutions who are senior, I think there are many excellent researchers that may be in your area in Indonesia, or you have some contacts, for example. And in our case, of course, we have this workshop, because at this workshop, at the end, when you have your draft coming up, then the advice will come in, whether they fit into which type of journal, Q1, Q2, and so on, right? Because the basic of Q1, Q2, for example, as I mentioned, right? Starting from the introductions up until now, you have a certain design, and your design basically reduce or fill up a lot of gap that people may want to ask. For example, robustness check you have done and so on. So there are many different things that we have to check. The issues that you look at, the robustness check that you have done, the proper framework that you have used and so on. The good literature review, you have good motivations, you highlight your contribution. So all these are type of things that need to be your paper. And you have to give someone to read, those who have published before, right? Someone to read. For example, let me share with you, right? I attended a conference in Valencia that we organized, and there are one researcher coming from Indonesia, right? And these are really good conference because we have connection with the journal. And I saw his paper, right? And I asked him to submit to the journal that I guess edit with a specific passage, because I saw the potential to be able to publish. And sometimes you have to go to that type of conference to get connections and so on, and to get feedback, right? Because now I cannot know for sure, but then once you have a paper complete, share your papers in the conference so that you can get feedback and try to see, right? And for us in my level, as well as KNKS, we try to have as much as possible to guide you to get the final draft, right? And that's why commitments very important in terms of getting the final draft done. And then from there, how to refine, how to modify so that we can enhance the acceptability of the articles in good journals, right? So those are type of things that we look at, right? Because normally when we write article, for example, myself, I will have some feel that this article fit which journals, because look at the results. I will see whether these results are interesting to anyone or not, for example, or just common result, reaffirm the existing finding. If reaffirm the existing findings and so on, not so new thing coming up, then I may go for Q3, Q4 journals, for example, right? Because of course, when we write article, we would like to get new result, we would like to get new understanding, but sometimes the result coming up reconfirm existing finding, right? So in that case, it may go to only Q3, Q4, you know, but then when I get the result and I observe that I have done very extensive, right? And I have done certain articles, for example, that I published in Journal of Multi-Financial Management, for example. I asked my co-author to estimate, and he estimated 100 of regressions, which means we do extensively. And I feel that after we completed that article, we have done very extensive. This one can go to Q2. So we send to Q2. So it depends on how you do things, right? Now, the more experience that you have in terms of submissions, you may have ideas which journal will be fitting you in. But at the starting point, you may need help from basically those people who are well published, which I know that you have in your institutions, as well as in Indonesia, or in this platform that we are in, that we can advise each other where to publish and so on. Okay.
Okay, Prof, sorry.
Yeah.
Sometimes when we are submit to conference, I assume that I don't know that's wrong or right. When we already submit to conference, we cannot submit to journal, Prof. And sometimes journal asks, this already submit or not. I've tried to submit to my conference paper to the journal. They asked me that did this already submit to another or not. So that because of that, I quite worried to submit the conference.
No, it's no problem to submit conference. The only thing you cannot do is to submit the article to 2 different journals at the same time.
Okay,
right?
So after the conference, need to paraphrase again, because we already to submit the conference, and then we submit to the journal, need to paraphrase again?
No, you don't need to paraphrase again. What you need to do is basically take into considerations of what people have commented on your article and improve further, right?
Okay.
And then what you have to do, if you look at, for example, if you read many articles that has been published, they acknowledge. I would like to thanks the participant in this conference for providing comments.
Okay.
So they acknowledge that. So presenting a conference, no problem. But then you have to know how to choose the conference, because some conference, they don't give feedback, right?
Yes.
They don't give feedback. You have to know how to choose the good conference, where in that conference, right? In fact, right, for example, in the last conference that I attended by the Central Bank of Sri Lanka and Asian Development Bank, for example, even discussions, they prepare PowerPoints, right? Prepare PowerPoint and tell one by one what needs to be done. So those are things that you have to go so that you can improve your work, right? And in fact, in good conference, they have connection with journals, right? Where you can submit to the journal, for example, right? So submitting the conference is okay, right? As long as you have to indicate to them, don't publish this article in index proceeding or in chapters in books or conference proceeding, right?
Okay.
Because what you publish with ISBN numbers and so on is considered published, right?
Okay,
so that's important. That you go to conference just to get the I think Bank Indonesia have good conference, BMEB, because they have, because I have participated, they invite many people to discuss, and the discussions have PowerPoints give you at the end. These are my comments. Take it and take a look at it and try to incorporate, for example. In some conference, for example, they do not have PowerPoint. They just mentions, right?
Okay.
And we do not want to go to conference that tell that, oh, these are good papers, excellent papers, you have done well. No, we don't want to go to that conference. We want to go to the conference that tell you, okay, you have a good paper, but you need to do more. Now that's what you need to have from the conference, right? Because for the draft, it's not the final draft. You need a lot of, right?
Okay, so we just need to mention about the comment from the conference in our paper. Acknowledgement.
No, you can say, right, that basically you thanks, if you benefit from conference, it's good to thank them, right?
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Thank you, Prof.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think time is up, yeah, and this is the longest workshop series that we've ever had. Yeah. So if I can conclude that the interpretation of our research result is the most important part and constitute the core kernel of our paper. And Prof. Mansur has given us some strategy to interpret them using the abbreviation of SMCR, yeah. Identify the statistical significance and sign attaching meaning by measuring economic importance, comparing the result with those similar studies in the past, and provide reason and explanation of the relationship between the variable that we are investigating. Here we have also to pay attention to the unit of measurement of the variable, whether it is in the form of original, natural logarithm, growth, ratio, index, or dummy variable. Prof. Mansur has also recommended us some strategy to get a robust result by, for example, using interaction term in the sense of conditional hypothesis, in which we modify the relationship between variable by including the moderating variable in our model. And Prof also provided us some strategy how to avoid misinterpretation of our results. So our result will be thorough, robust, and convincing, and can be published in international reputable journal that can have impact to the stakeholders of Islamic economic, finance, and banking. Okay, I think that's all for us. And thank you very much for Prof. Mansur for your sharing knowledge, expertise, and experience. And hopefully we can benefit much from what Prof. Mansur has already taught us. On behalf of the Master of Ceremony, I also apologize if there are many mistakes in our workshop today. Thank you very much. Jazakumullah khairan katsiran. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thanks a lot. Okay. Thanks everyone.
Jazakumullah khairan katsiran, Prof. Terima kasih banyak.
Terima kasih banyak, Prof.
Terima kasih, Prof. Barakallah.
Thank you so much.
Prof, Pak Mansur, thank you very much. Hope we see you offline.
Yeah, inshallah.
Inshallah. Thank you, Prof.